heartbreaking, and entertaining shows on television returns for a new season, starring Emmy winner Zendaya.
If you make a deal with the devil, there's no turning back.
A new chapter begins. The real world awaits, and their story changes forever.
Wherever these unlucky folk go, there's a cascade of trouble.
Euphoria, new season, stream now, only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Shake off winter and roll into spring. It's time to turn the season with Jiffy Lube. Until May 31st, visit any participating Jiffy Lube for a Pennzoil full synthetic oil change, and you could win some incredible prizes, like the Grand Prize Spring Kit featuring 2 Yeti mugs, wiper blades with install, gift cards, and more. You could even roll away with one of Jiffy Lube's Keeping You Moving mini prizes. Turn the season with Jiffy Lube and win. Visit jiffylubeservice.ca today.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take one for Gene Principe. Hey, thanks for being on time.
I'm always punctual. Now, how about some cool beats while I drop the heat?
Ready when you are.
Tall legacy, tall legacy.
Nice.
Boom! I'm a musical genius.
Legacy's going to love this for AC season.
What's not to love with no interest and no Principe payments for 1 year?
Are you always like this?
Yep. Unlike Legacy, I never know when to cool it.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Sports 1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
Left by Leslie. Down towards Nevich. Squeezed off, still in play. Watch Nevich to the backhand. The pole speedy. Another look. 54 seconds to go. The hometown kid, Rebecca Leslie, with the go-ahead goal for the Charge.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
The man hits it to deep left field. It's still going. It's going. How about that? On an 0-2 pitch, Ernie Clement hits a 3-run homer.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Carrier ahead. Over the line comes Newhook. Shooting. Scores! Alex Newhook. Olay! 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 And Montreal is going to play Carolina in the Eastern Conference Final.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Saul. 699. Actually, it's just 669. Let's not get carried away here, but we're getting closer to 700 shows, aren't we? Wednesday, May the 20th. Hey, good morning to you. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial. So glad you could spend some time with us on your morning drive or wherever you're heading out here on a Wednesday morning. It always feels weird, does it not, when you have a holiday and all of a sudden you're bang in the middle of the work week and we got a couple more days to go before the weekend. So it's always nice to have that extra day for sure. Hey, you can also watch us on YouTube on Sports 1440 AM radio. Drop us a like, a subscription. We'd appreciate that. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. Plus, we're streaming on the many services that are out there. And there are a lot of them on iHeartRadio, the TuneIn app. We're also on sports1440.ca. If you miss any part of the show, well, you find it where all the podcasts hang out after, because there are many of those as well on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Please subscribe. It's free. Select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of any show. And our text line at 833-401-1440. Feel free to drop us a line. It's also the phone line, too. If you want to do a little chit-chat this morning on a Wednesday, please feel free. I think a lot of Oiler fans still wondering, talking about the Edmonton Oilers situation with the coaching status of one Bruce Cassidy in Vegas. Maybe you could say that another page was written in the Cassidy coaching saga by general manager of the Vegas Golden Knights, Kelly McCrimmon, who had a media availability yesterday to discuss a number of things, because the Western Conference Final gets underway today, and the GM and the coach, and boy, everyone was on their very best behavior, were they not? Oh, after getting their hands slapped with a second-round pick and the $100,000 fine for not being media friendly, everyone was just so jovial yesterday in Vegas, were they not? Not in Vegas, but with the Vegas Golden Knights. They were just so accommodating. It's so nice to see that by the Vegas Golden Knights. To be honest with you, when Kelly McCrimmon started talking about Bruce Cassidy, saying, teams have asked permission, and everyone knew this already. It's not like this was the Cadbury secret, but his focus, the organization's focus, is on the playoffs right now. To be honest, in my mind, I think they even McCrimmon looked more foolish. And I've known Kelly McCrimmon for a long time, going back to the Western Hockey League days in the mid-90s. I just thought he looked more foolish yesterday. It just added on. How does that sound? It added on to the foolishness that we've seen so far with what's going on here, with the pettiness, the short-sightedness. There's another word. It's senseless. It doesn't make any sense here because, their focus as an organization, but every general manager in the NHL will tell you at this time of the year, if you are still in the playoffs, that you are doing the least amount of work that is on your table the entire year. What can Kelly McCrimmon do right now to help this Vegas Golden Knights team in the playoffs? Nothing. Zero. And many GMs have said, well, I don't have to do anything right now. My job was done on July 1. My job was done on the trade deadline. My job was done making sure our players we had the right players called up from our minor league team in the American Hockey League. Everything is done. There's nothing left for him to do. I understand the fact that this is a contract, and no one knows the wording. Frank Saravalli on yesterday's show. Well, nobody knows the exact wording of what the contract says. Why he's not doing this. And, to further what Kelly McCrimmon said yesterday, he talked to Bruce Cassidy, and he understands. This is a 5-minute deal. It's a 5-minute deal, if that. The NHL Coaches Association, I think a lot of our listeners probably heard yesterday that they sent out a statement saying about their concern with this situation. It's an association. It's not like a union, I guess, if you could say anything like that. But they got involved. Kelly McCrimmon is sticking to his guns. And until, it wouldn't make sense for him to go back on what he said yesterday. Until the Vegas Golden Knights are out of the Stanley Cup playoffs, I'd be surprised, to be honest with you, unless someone else intervenes here where Bruce Cassidy talks to. And we're not just talking the Oilers here. Now you got the Vancouver Canucks involved after they got rid of their head coach yesterday in Adam Foote. You got the LA Kings involved. And, of course, the Toronto Maple Leafs. How about 3 Canadian teams in the NHL right now looking for coaches? Anyway, the Western Conference Final finally gets going today. Well, it's not finally because it's not like the Eastern Conference Final where, you had 12 days off. It's going to be 12 days before the Carolina Hurricanes get back on the ice. So that you talk about rest versus rust, not so much in the West Final, but in the East for sure. And in the NBA last night, rest versus rust. And we're going to talk about that momentarily. One of the most historic games in NBA playoff history with the New York Knicks coming back to beating the Cleveland Cavaliers on a 44-11 run. Simply amazing performance with 7-8 minutes left to go in regulation. And they just absolutely laid the boots in Cleveland. Ran out of gas. Knicks were well rested. Hadn't played for 8-9 days. So game number 1 of the Western Conference Final gets going. And I was probably a little surprised when I heard this. It's the first time since they have the 4-division format crossover. And I mean, it's a little different. Take the COVID year out of it. But this is the first time that the Central and Pacific Division winners will square off in the Western Conference Final. Now, I mean, the Pacific Division was so bad. I mean, Vegas would have finished, what, 4th in the Central? Maybe barely ahead of Utah. That's how bad it was. Still, this is the first time that we have the first place team in the Central, first place team in the Pacific. Two big storylines with both teams, two of their better players, best players, great players. Mark Stone looking like he won't be ready to go yet for game number 1, and Cale Makar for Colorado. He's everything from the hand, the wrist, up the arm to the shoulder. You saw him leave, the last game, and he came back, but, something's bothering him. Hasn't practiced, obviously. He hasn't practiced. They have the morning skate today. We'll see if he goes on the ice. If not, I would say that you'd be looking at a game time decision. So also yesterday, again, mentioned Adam Foote out in Vancouver. So they're looking for a head coach. The one name that I did mention last week regarding Bruce Cassidy and his potential surfacing as another as a head coach, in the NHL, and all indications were that the Oilers have him number 1 on their list. His assistant coach years ago was Kevin Dean, and Kevin Dean was part of that staff in Vancouver under Adam Foote that was let go. So that was another name, and also Minchkov is it with the national team right now, coaching at the World Championship. So he's another name that you can, because he worked with Bruce Cassidy in Vegas when they won a Stanley Cup. So keep an eye on those two names if and when Bruce Cassidy ever gets to talk. 833-401-1440. We'll get to your text momentarily. Let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne. Man, I'll tell you what, the Knicks and that Cavs game at the end and going into overtime where they came back, Duke, 44-11 run. And, I mean, Cleveland just isn't. I don't know if they have anything left now. That was their chance, man.
It certainly kind of comes across that way. Oh. And when you blow a lead of a historic proportion like that, it's the biggest playoff comeback in Knicks history, one of the largest in the entirety of NBA history. It can't help but leave a taste in your mouth of one that got away from you, right? Yeah. And who knows if that'll come back to haunt them. I think a lot of people were impressed with the Cavaliers through, 3.5 quarters, really, when you talk about it. The way that they came out and attacked it and built the lead that they did. And the Knicks kind of, did look a little bit rusty and seemed a little bit out of sorts. But as the game progressed, they just seemed to get more and more of the rhythm. And I don't know what else there is to say about a guy like Jalen Brunson. Obviously, the actual production itself, but you see clips from in the building about during timeouts, talking to his teammates on the bench and kind of leading the huddles alongside some of the coaching staff. And clearly a guy that this team really rallies behind and a great leader on this club that has pretty high aspirations after coming up just shy last year, kind of getting upset by the Pacers. The path was there for them this year. When you look at the Celtics getting knocked out early on, they kind of looked like the best test to what the Knicks would be able to accomplish. And they didn't bring their best stuff for a very good chunk of last night's game. And I was so close to turning this off, Kevin. So the Blue Jays game finished.
I watched that. Yeah.
The Blue Jays game finished, and I had the basketball game on my monitor on my coffee table. And at that point, I'm looking at it still, I think it was a 17-point game at that point. I can't remember exactly what time it was. But anyway, and I kind of thought, whatever. I'm just going to make some supper. So I'll leave it on here as some background noise while I'm running. And I was cooking some burgers on the barbecue. So while I'm in and out of the patio, I'll leave it on. And then by the time I finished cooking supper, getting it all put together and sitting down to eat it, all of a sudden it's a basketball game in the final handful of minutes. And I think, well, I'm sure glad I didn't turn this off because I probably wouldn't have been checking Twitter to keep tabs on it. I would have missed this. So just really, really impressive for the Knicks. OG Anunoby, first game back. He's so important to this team, what he does defensively. And on the inverse of that, James Harden, pretty much the worst defensive player in the entirety of the NBA. And Jalen Brunson taking full advantage of that on a route to his big night on the point sheet.
This year in the NBA, the league was one win, 521 losses when trailing by at least 20 points in the fourth quarter. In the last 30 years in the playoffs, 3 wins, 748 losses when trailing by at least 20 points in the fourth quarter. One thing that I noticed too, when I was looking all the stats, blah, 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 and looking at everything, during the run that was, where are we at? It was, I think, an 18-1 run, and there was only one timeout called by Cleveland. To me, that was a bad, that's bad coaching. Your team's leaking.
And especially when you're on the road and a place like MSG starts getting some of its energy back, because that place was an absolute, funeral home in a good portion of the early of that second half. But it doesn't take much sometimes to get the crowd back into it. And once again, going back to Brunson kind of leading the way doing that, it did seem like there were more than enough ample opportunities for Cleveland to utilize some of the timeouts they had in their pocket. And
one timeout, Duke, on a 30-8 run.
Yeah.
One
not
timeout.
ideal. Not ideal.
You got to coach better than that. I mean, your team's just leaking. It's hemorrhaging. And you got to figure something out. I don't know, whatever, fake something. I don't care, an injury, whatever. You got to get some momentum back. But and again, they've been playing every second day for how long? The Cavs. I mean, it's insane. Coming up on the big program, we will dive into the conference finals matchups with Chris Meanie from NHL.com out in Nova Scotia. Chris, so I mean, I want to see what I know it's Nova Scotia and St. John's, but I mean, Alex Newhook out there, holy smokes, toast of the town after he's like a Fernando Pisani right now. The amount of goals in the regular season to what he's got halfway through the playoffs and the big goals, man, oh man. Mark Spector will check in at 8 o'clock from Rogers Sportsnet. We'll bust down last night's game and look ahead to game number 2 of San Antonio and go and OKC with Paul Sir from Hoop City at 8:20. A little is Cam Tate back today or what's going on, Duke?
Oh, he's back. He must have felt you giving him a little bit of slap on the wrist yesterday because he said it last night.
Yeah. Oh boy,
he's very prepared.
He's back in business now. Edition of Cam and Eggs coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. David Schlemko will slide on by, our co-host for Cougar Paint and Collision, the former NHLer at 9 bells. And then in the 10 o'clock hour, man, we were jammed because we got Jesse Granger from The Athletic covers the Vegas Golden Knights. So we'll preview the series that gets underway tonight in the Western Conference final with Colorado and Vegas. And then Thomas Drance from The Athletic covers the Vancouver Canucks. So we'll talk about all the situation that's going on in Vancouver with the coaching change yesterday. Obviously, a new general manager, the Sedins with a prominent role within the organization. You've got, the possibility of you could have 2 Malhotras there, 2 of them. If you draft Caleb at 3, if he's, I assume depending on how the dominoes fall, and then Manny Malhotra, who was coaching in Abbotsford and had success this year. So lots to discuss with Thomas Drance from The Athletic, covers the Vancouver Canucks. When we come back, Chris Meanie from NHL.com. It's the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
When my husband and I said until death do us part, I never expected to find myself at the doorstep of divorce. I was facing an uncertain financial future, expensive lawyer bills, and most importantly, I was concerned for the well-being of my kids. My spouse and I turned to Fairway Divorce Solutions for help. Fairway walked us through a step-by-step process, allowing us to develop a clear roadmap to resolve financial concerns and provide a proactive co-parenting strategy. It helped us avoid chaos and courtrooms.
For a no-cost consultation, visit fairwaydivorce.com.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
Looking for a solid 4x4 that checks all the boxes? The 2026 Jeep Compass is in stock now at St. Albert Dodge. And this is a great value, starting from just $36,900. It's a Jeep, so you've got 4x4 capability, plus features like an 8.4-inch touchscreen, Apple CarPlay, active lane management, a park view rear backup camera, and more. Over 30 in stock right now in just about every color you'd want. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. From vision to reality, get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440. Your favorite teams, your favorite sports. This spring, catch all the action at Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge. Never a bad seat in the house. Plus, the perfect playoff menu with something for every sports fan, including daily food and drink features. From great goals to thrilling three-pointers to huge home runs. Spring brings the best to the big screens at Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers, and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned. Over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 720. Nothing little great big C to get us going on a Wednesday morning. To welcome in our first guest of the morning, Chris Meanie from NHL.com. Good morning, Chris. You're with Kevin Karius. As always, thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Big guy, really appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. Nice to catch up. Happy Wednesday. I know you've enjoyed the playoffs. I certainly have as well. And now we're down to 4.
We're down to 4. And I know it's St. John's, and it's a little ways from where you are, but Alex Newhook, he could be running for mayor out there, couldn't he?
Man, such a good story, right? I mean, I know that St. John's, Newfoundland was certainly roaring the other night, and, you know, really over the last 8 Habs games, you get the Game 7 winner against the Lightning. Could never imagine. I'm sure, you know, he's optimistic heading into that series against the Buffalo Sabres with 6 goals, had the multi-goal games and early on in the series, back-to-back games, and then another Game 7 winner, and just the second player in NHL history to have 2 Game 7 winners in this single postseason. Go back to Nathan Horton there in 2011 when the Bruins had, I think, 3 Game 7s to start their playoff run. But you know, that line has been really good. It was easily the Montreal Canadiens' best line at 5-5 in the second series. The rookie Ivan Demidov, Jake Evans moved to the middle of the ice. They dominated play at 5-5. Demidov, you know, finally had the, you know, a little bit of puck luck for him in the games 5 and 6. You know, he's been shooting the puck and ripping it and starting to get a little bit more confidence. But yeah, Alex Newhook, a terrific story. And, you know, Kevin, he had a great start to the season as well before he fractured his ankle and he missed a significant time. So he brings a lot of speed. That was a great addition. Kent Hughes bought low on him. You know, when he basically one of his first trades picked him up from the Avs. And of course, he's got Stanley Cup playoff experience, having won a ring with Colorado, but a really nice story. And now you're sitting there and he's got 7 goals in his last 8 games. Remarkable.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, just looking at the trade for Gianni Fairbrother, Mikhail Guliev, and Ethan Gauthier. So, yeah. I mean, and as you said, if he doesn't get hurt this year, Newhook probably scores 20 easy, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's had a couple bad luck injuries over the past couple seasons with the Canadiens. I believe both were foot injuries. I think he fell into the net a couple years ago and broke his ankle. So he's had a couple significant foot injuries, but he brings a lot of speed. The Canadiens check a lot of boxes when it comes to speed, and he's one of those guys that can play in all situations. You know, Martin St. Louis trusts him defending a lead. Obviously, you know, he can score. He was tied for first in terms of shots at 5-5 with the Canadiens here in that round. And again, it's, you know, right off the hop, I saw him and Demidov. There was a little bit of chemistry there. And, you know, it was rookie Oliver Kapanen playing with those guys. Kapanen, you know, didn't play a whole lot in that second round, just Game 7, and his ice time was limited. But Newhook he's a smart two-way player, plays in the second power play as well as kills penalties. So yeah, it was a really good start to the season for him. And the break hasn't really hurt him because he was good down the stretch, and he's been really good for them in the playoffs.
Yeah, really good. Chris Meanie from NHL.com, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. So how much do these Habs have left in the tank here, Chris? I mean, they're going to be playing a team that's almost played like half the games in 8 in Carolina once this thing gets going tomorrow. But can the youth, I mean, it's the youngest team again since 93 that's gone into the conference finals. Can the youth maybe, just kind of stay the waters, calm the waters once they get their toes dipped into this series?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for them. Wasn't really overly surprised to see them be the Lightning or the Sabres, despite those two series going 7 and the Canadiens getting outplayed in both game 7s. But this has been, a resilient team all year long. You mentioned the youth that they have, and you mentioned 93, right? That was a good year for the Canadiens. Certainly they won the Stanley Cup that season, but Dobish kind of reminds me of Wad just because of how fiery he is. He's got the little kind of like a cockiness to him, a confident swagger to him. And this is a Canadiens team that has been really good on the road, not just in these playoffs, having won 6 of 8, but 24 road wins this season. Second in the NHL, only Colorado had more. They haven't lost 2 straight games since mid-March. It's a 30-game span. Dobish is perfect, 6-0 after a loss in the postseason, and certainly he's got a little bit of a clutch factor to him. We can call him that. We look at the 5-5 save percentage in close situations where games are tied or within 1 goal, especially heading late into a hockey game, and those game 7s that I alluded to as well. It is going to be it's a very, I think 5-5. It's going to be kind of lopsided when the Hurricanes they've been among the leaders for years. This, your listeners know this, in terms of offensive zone time percentage, in terms of shot attempts percentage, they were the best in the league. There is something that Montreal can take away from their matchups against Carolina, and sometimes I don't really like to dive into that too much, but there were 2 victories near the end of March that Montreal had against Carolina. And if you look at the Hurricanes' last 23 games, they've only lost 4 times, and 2 of them were against the Canadiens. Those were 2 victories where Dobish was in net against Carolina. He's actually 3-0 against the Hurricanes this year. Now, at the same time, they were outplayed in those games at 5-5. Like, Dobish made 40-some-odd saves in one, 30s4 in another. I think his save percentage was around 960 in those 2 victories, but you can take that away. You've had some success against a team that you're about to play. And I was also digging up some numbers this morning, and I saw that the last 8 times where there's been a series where a team is coming off a sweep and another team is coming off a game 7 victory, the team that has won that game 7 has went on to win that series 7 of the last 8 times. Again, this is like weird stat. I don't think you can dive into that too much, but there are some things going here for the Canadiens. Just the confidence factor, the goaltending, the secondary scoring, the special teams has been decent. I know those top guys, a lot of eyes on the top line in Montreal, but they've shown up on the power play. They've had success against the Hurricanes this year, and Carolina has 12 days off here, so maybe they can get after them pretty early. I do think that this is a series that will go 6 or 7. I don't think Carolina will have their way with the Canadiens like they did in the first 2 rounds against the Sens and the Flyers.
Chris Meanie with us on Sports 1440. It's almost like people have forgotten about Carolina already. But if you can bust down from your edge stats this second line, and because, they've only played 8 games, they don't have anybody in the top scorers because they haven't played enough games. But what Taylor Hall, Logan Stankoven, and Jackson Blake have done and why they play so well together, what do your edge stats tell you, Chris, with that second line of Carolina?
Yeah, I'd love them heading in against the Senators. Shane Pinto is a shutdown defensive forward. He took care of that Aho line, and there was just a mismatch in that first round with that line, and the same sort of deal in against the Philadelphia Flyers. I mean, all 3 of those players are smart 2-way players. Taylor Hall comes with the experience, of course. You guys are well aware of what Hall can bring to the table, and he's got a lot of experience. I know not a ton of success in the postseason, but he has been around, and he's one of those guys that Rod Brind'Amour can lean on. And there were times this season where Hall was on the third or fourth line, and we saw Jackson Blake and Logan Stankoven together on the second line. But, towards the end of the season, Brendan Moore put him Hall with those two kids, and they were amazing. They've been amazing now for 2 months. Just all eyes now on them in the postseason. Stankoven is a great two-way forward. The Hurricanes have been missing a second-line center for years. This is why I feel like they've had issues getting out of the third round. Sometimes the goals dry up outside of their top line, and sometimes they don't get the saves. We'll see if that does continue here. But Logan Stankoven he's the guy that nobody really talks about in that whole, okay, traded Martin Necas for Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen didn't work out. Flip Mikko Rantanen and get Logan Stankoven in return. And he's been phenomenal. And again, a young player, he's got a lot of speed. He gets to the middle of the ice, and it's hard when you look at the edge leaders because they haven't played a lot of games. But in terms of like mid-range shots and high danger shots per game, these guys are all right there. And Jackson Blake, who was playing on the top line last year as a rookie. So it's a really good trio. The Hurricanes, I feel like they don't have any, I don't want to say they don't have any superstars, because Aho's a really good player and Seth Jarvis is as well. But they just have a really nice balance. Like Jordan Stahl is going to be their shutdown guy. I would imagine him and Ehlers and Martinook are going to have the Suzuki assignment. Then Philip Deneau as a defensive center is probably going to be up against the Aho line. And then we're going to see the new hook Demidov line that I talked about with Evans probably up against that second line in Carolina. Is probably the two best lines for those two respective squads. So it should be a whole lot of fun to see the matchups between those two coaches, and Brendan Moore and St. Louis having experience playing against each other in the playoffs as well as players. So it should be a lot of fun. But man, that second line to me, they've been the best line in the playoffs. We just haven't seen a whole lot of them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Chris Meanie. They have been dynamite, JJ. And when you mentioned about the trades just to get Stankoven, and they also got the first-round draft pick too. So
that's right.
As much as they are contending for a Stanley Cup, and they are, because they got 8 more wins to get one here, they have more first-round draft picks, Carolina, than Vegas, Colorado, Edmonton, and Dallas combined in the next 3 years. It's amazing. It's just insane. Yeah. So. Yeah,
it's you know what, it's again, this is a team that's been there a ton, right? They're like 8 straight postseason appearances, but 0-3 in this round in the conference final. And Frederik Andersen has had terrific numbers in the first 2 rounds in his career, certainly with the Hurricanes. I know he went to the conference finals, I believe, with the Ducks, a few years ago, but he's lost 6 of his last 7 games as a member of the Hurricanes in the conference finals. I know the Florida Panthers have kind of been their kryptonite over the past couple of years. It does feel like they've been knocking on the door, and I'm a big believer in learning how to lose before you learn how to win. And that could be a situation with both teams here. Carolina maybe finally gets over the hump. Montreal, new team here, youngest team in the playoffs, second youngest in the NHL. Getting to the conference finals, it's a tall task for them, especially having won 2 Game 7s on the road and now going to play a Carolina team. You mentioned edge stats, and our guy Troy is always looking at ice tilt, and I love it. And NHL Edge IQ uses ice tilt. It's just really just talking about momentum based on which team has the advantage at any given point during gameplay. And the Hurricanes lead the NHL in average time with ice tilt during the regular season, 12:32. And Montreal ranked 23rd. So it's a pretty big mismatch in terms of teams that own the puck and live in the offensive zone. And I think Dobish is going to see a lot of rubber again.
He's fine with that too, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Chris Meanie from NHL.com, our guest on the Kevin Kara Show on Sports 1440. Game number 1 of the Western Conference Final gets going tonight with Vegas in Colorado. You just mentioned some of those edge stats and ice tilted, etc. at times for Carolina in the regular season and playoffs. What are your stats telling you as we head into game number 1 tonight between these two teams?
Well, I think if there's a team that can slow down Colorado, it's Vegas. I'm not going to sit here and toot my own horn, but I had Vegas beating Colorado. Like, it remains to be seen. Listen, the east side of my bracket is a mess. Did not have the Canadians going to the conference finals, but I did have this matchup. And the reason I leaned with Vegas at the time was because of their play at 5-5. And when you look at some of the edge stats, 3rd fewest shots allowed, 2nd fewest high danger shots allowed, 3rd in shot differential, 6th in shot attempts percentage. Now, don't get me wrong, Colorado is elite in those categories as well. But the fact that Vegas is also with Colorado, I think is very telling and tells me that this series will be pretty close. And you look at the 5-5 per 60 numbers, 2nd fewest shots allowed, 4th fewest shot attempts, 4th fewest scoring chances, the fewest high danger chances rather, and the lowest expected goals against rate. So what happened? Why was there their record so mediocre this season? Well, they were dead last in 5-5 save percentage. They didn't get a save all year. Their offense kind of dried up from some of their big boys. They were near the bottom in 5-5 shooting percentage. It's just not a great mix. So what we've seen here in the postseason is that Mitch Marner is, I'm not really sure what happened to him on the East, but he is playing amazing here in these playoffs. And he is either leading or co-leading in points, 18 and 12 games, primary assists with 8. He's got 4 shorthanded points. He's got 5 multi-point games. He has 3 3-point games. He has a 4-point game. He's tied for first in game-winning goals. He has a hat trick, and he's tied for first in road goals. So he's absolutely done everything for this team. And I think the thing when I look at Marner, I think he's a better defensive player than he is an offensive player. And I think he's fantastic with the puck. I think he's a really good playmaker, and certainly the confidence he has it right now. So I look at Vegas and I see at least 3, because Mark Stone's not healthy at the moment, at least 3 players that are strong two-way players, and Marner, Eichel, and William Karlsson, who missed a big chunk of time this year, gets inserted into the lineup against the Ducks, has 3 primary assists, immediately playing with Marner. Marner gets to go back to the wing because he's played a lot of center this year. And then Brett Howden has been a nice surprise for them, and he's chipped in with a few shorthanded goals, and I think he's got 7 goals, and Dorofeyev is scoring on the top line with Eichel. So and Hurdle's on the third line. I know he struggled offensively, but I think he's got goals in back-to-back, or at least 2 of his last 3. So Vegas can play with anybody, and they got a lot of experience. Only a couple of years removed from winning a cup. You have Torts behind the bench. You have Hannafin and Theodore and Rasmus Anderson on the blue line, and McNabb's a big body. So this is another series. I feel more confident about this series going 6 or 7, but I do feel like both we could see go the distance. It really is the X factor will be Carter Hart. He's going to have to be a little bit better. They didn't really need to lean on him in the opening 2 rounds because Colorado's obviously going to come at you in waves, and Nathan McKinnon is just, he's just on one of those runs that, it's actually spectacular to see the run that Nathan McKinnon is on, and the success he's had in the postseason in terms of points per game and goals per game. I think he's 5th and 6th all time among guys that have played at least 35 postseason games. It's remarkable.
Brett Houghton, basically, he's the Alex Newhook of the Western
right?
Conference with how his playoffs going. So
yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Hey, Chris Meanie with us on Sports 1440. Right now at the halfway point, I know on NHL.com, all the guys get together and you put your futures watch together on the Conn Smythe and things like that. Who have you guys got at the top of the list heading into the conference finals?
Well, there were 2 guys that I mentioned on the NHL Fantasy on Ice podcast before round 2 started, and one was Marner at 35-1. I know he's now 12-1, and then the other was Jakub Dobiš at 35-1, now 22-1. The reason I leaned with Dobiš over a guy like Suzuki and Hudson is some of the things that I just talked about with you. I feel like if the Canadians do get by the Hurricanes, this is a guy that's going to see 30, 35-plus shots night in and night out. He's going to have to remain perfect for them to go on, continue this run. And Stan Coven is another guy that kind of shouted out earlier. I think that Anderson's numbers will probably come down to earth a little bit. And if the Hurricanes do win the Stanley Cup, I think it will be because of that second line. And Stan Coven's just been, he's compared to Hall and Blake, both been good. Hall's racking up the points. Stan Coven's racking up those goals. And I think that's just maybe could be a little bit more important, maybe the deciding factor. McKinnon's at plus 180. If the Avs win the Stanley Cup, he's certainly going to get it, and been telling people, that want to get involved now. Colorado plus 130 to win the cup. Maybe just lean with McKinnon. I don't think Cale Makar is 100% at the moment. And we have seen both goalies in the playoffs for the Avs. We could see Blackwood again come in at some point, although I do believe it's Wedgwood's net the rest of the way. But I feel pretty good about Vegas. Like I think that they're a team that can hang with Colorado. I think that ultimately the team that comes out of the West I'll probably lean with them in the final. So that Marner number is still pretty decent at 12-1. And what a story that would be for him. And going back to Toronto, I wonder if he would bring the cup to Yonge Street. Story for another day. But a shout out to Eichel as well, because he is right there in terms of points. And, he could have a really good series against Colorado, and his number could go a little shorter. He's 22-1, but yeah, right now I guess I'm kind of just in on Marner and Eichel and the Vegas Golden Knights. I like what I've seen from them for the past couple of months since Torts has taken over behind the bench.
Well, the one guy you haven't mentioned, and he's leading the playoffs in goals, is Pavel Dorofeyev.
Right. Yeah, I got him on my short list here, Kevin. 40-1, and you know what? because he has played on that second line. He hasn't played a lot of 5-on-5 with Eichel this year. And I think just with Stone out of the lineup, there's a little bit of a shuffle there, and Dorofeyev went on that line, and he's a shooter. He's the shooter on the power play. He's an absolute sniper. Look at the past couple of goals. He's been among the leaders in high danger shots and mid-range shots and goals in both of those areas as well. So I think he would need to continue his scoring pace, because I don't think he's going to, finish with more points than Eichel or Marner, but he's another X factor, right? When you're going up against the Avs and you have Kadri as your third line center, and you're able to put Nicholas Waugh on the second line with Brock Nelson, and Lekkonen's back in the lineup, and Nichushkin's on your third line. There's just so many weapons. Those big guys in Vegas, like Dorofeyev, you alluded to, and Hertl, these guys are going to have to put the puck in the net, continue to put the puck in the net, because I think we're going to see a high scoring series.
One last one, because we were talking about it earlier in the week. Well, actually, I think it was last week, but with Dorofeyev here, Chris, he had 35 last year, 37 this year. He's got 9 in the playoffs. He's a free agent, so he's got a contract coming. I said, is it crazy to say that he's 8 years? If they sign him in Vegas, is he 8 years at $10 million a year?
I think he could certainly get to that number. I don't think that's crazy at all. I mean, this is an elite goal scorer. What is he, 24, 25 years old?
25.
Yeah, so he can snipe it. He can put the puck in the net. He's very opportunistic. I was looking at some of the Vegas just shot attempts on the power play, and I do see Marner and Hertl up at the top, but Dorofeyev is that guy they want to get the puck to. And yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the best of him, right? He's just kind of scratching the surface of his prime. I think he's an elite shooter. Vegas is probably going to want to hang on to him, but they do have a lot of contracts, and I know Rasmus Andersson is a pending UFA as well, so they do have some decisions that they have to make. Dorofeyev is a guy that I could see certainly making 9. I mean, look at Kempe. I think Kempe is probably a little better all-around player, but he can get to the double-digit mark. That wouldn't shock me at all.
Well, I'm sure it's at the top of the list, right behind Bruce Cassidy for Kelly McCrimmon.
Yeah,
take care of things here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hey, Chris, thanks so much for your time as always. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the conference finals, and I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the show.
You too. That's Chris Meanie from NHL.com. Some interesting stats, when talking about Carolina and Montreal, and how they have the edge stats. Check it out at NHL.com, because there's some certain people do analytics. Obviously, these are a little different. They dive into some different areas, and I love the speed bursts and things like that. And we talked about that with Connor McDavid, a couple of weeks ago, and how, even after, if you look back at the series with Anaheim, there was a time in at the tail end of Game 4 where Connor McDavid had a couple of good rushes and went hard to the net. And at that point, and Chris had alluded to it, at that point, there were signs that Connor was taking it up a notch. But I think in the end, with a fracture in his foot, it just was not, he couldn't sustain it moving forward long term. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440, plus talk about the Blue Jays, another blown opportunity last night in New York against the Yankees. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call-solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit ProSolutionsInc.ca to schedule your service today.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
You don't just need property services, you need problems handled. HireGood provides cleanup, debris removal, site monitoring, and safety attendance across Edmonton. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. We resolve real problems for businesses while creating real impact, because our team is built on second chances, and they show up every day ready to prove it. Visit hiregood.ca or call and mention Jason Greger for a first-time discount. HireGood. Stable jobs create stable lives.
everything is going to be okay. Any business, regardless of size, can stumble occasionally. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. If your business is facing financial challenges, our team of chartered insolvency and restructuring professionals have corporate debt recovery solutions that work. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. Chances of a positive outcome increase if you engage Faber sooner rather than later.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
A huge thank you for making Sports 1440 the most listened to sports radio station in Edmonton. From Gregor to Karius to Low Tide, we've got in-depth analysis on all your favorite sports. We are Sports 1440.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I'm Parveen Middleton, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the 2 best names in the boots business.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 746 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, the Duke, and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. Our text line 833-401-1440. Get them in, we'll get them on. I really like this one from Mark that came in our first opening segment. Good morning, Kevin. I admire those organizations that use their minor league affiliates not only to develop players, but also future coaches and management. The Oilers use their minor league affiliate for totally different reasons. Our coach has not been mentioned once from Bakersfield. That's Colin Chalk to come to Edmonton. Same with the manager. That's Keith Gretzky, I guess. I think that needs to be changed, or all of our replacements come from the outside. Hey, valid points here. And I mean, I think what Mark, is getting at here is because of what happened in Vancouver now and how the Canucks have looked at moving forward in a different direction with the direction that they feel is needed. And we'll see what happens if Manny Malhotra is near the top of the list, at the top of the list, as far as what happens for their next coach goes. Being from Abbotsford and having success there, it's a fair point from Mark. BC Oilers says, we are too busy focusing on the playoffs to give teams permission to talk to our fired coach. What a ridiculous statement by Kelly McCrimmon. Matt Leduc says, foot got the boot. Now it's time to manny up. in Vancouver. Ooh. Shankwin, and I don't know the answer to this because, I'm sure through some certain back channels, things have happened already. He says, just curious, do you know what the penalty is if you were to just go and talk to Cassidy without permission? And again, I would be stunned if somehow a friend of a friend hasn't made contact or discussions and things like that. I mean, these aren't dumb people. Cassidy knows what the Oilers are looking at, and he would have known that the Oilers and probably, as I said, LA, I don't know about Toronto, have inquired about his services. Buck says Woodcroft came in from the minors. Guess you could say that. But he also was here, then went down. Yeah, it's a fair comment from Buck. 833-401-1440. We'll get to more of your texts. Wanted to mention that the Blue Jays lost to the Yankees again 5-4 for the second straight night. Had ample opportunity to win this game, especially when you have the guys that you are counting on to drive in runs in big moments of the game. And the Jays are down 5-3 in the ninth inning. And they got runners on the corners with none out. They do get a run on a Vladimir Guerrero sacrifice fly. I would say at that point Ernie Clement was on second base at the time. Could have got to third on the sac fly to right center when Grisham caught it. He's sort of in no man's land a little bit, but I think in the big picture, you've got to look at that as, okay, he's going to run down and he's going to track that ball down. He's going to track that, and I got to get to third because what happened on the next play, it was a little grounder to the right side of the infield. Didn't get out of the infield by Dalton Varsho, and Clement would have scored. Again, hindsight 2020. Dylan Cease looked almost unhittable for the first, 3 innings. Then the Jays have, they put up 3 runs in the fourth, and maybe the longer inning hurt him, but all of a sudden the walks got him, and Dylan Cease couldn't find the plate. Bang, 3-run home run, sort of a cheapy home run. There's so many cheap home runs at Yankee Stadium. The right field porch. I remember like even back in the day when Babe Ruth was hitting all those home runs at the old, same dimensions at the old Yankee Stadium. But Ty Cobb called him that fat little roly-poly guy with the peg legs, hitting balls up 315, 320 down the right field line. He said, I'd have a whole bunch of home runs too. Still, 3-run home run. And Dylan Cease had not given up more, 1 home run. That's all he gave up so far going into last night's game. Gives up 2. The Jays, it's a pop gun offense right now. Nobody's hitting the ball deep. Okamoto has struggled lately. Great start. Sorry, not a great start. Poor start, really good middle, and now he's struggling to find the power again. But 9 hits yesterday, all singles. The team will never win. The pitching's, to be honest with you, with all the injuries, it's been good enough. But you can't have Vladimir Guerrero doing what he's doing, just absolutely fishing up there. He doesn't even look like a guy that he looks so lost at the plate right now. Yeah, he had the home run on Sunday, but he looks just lost up there. So they'll do it again tonight. And I'll tell you what, this is a hell of a pitching matchup tonight. You got Trey Savage on the hill for the Toronto Blue Jays, Cam Schlittler, the ERA leader in the American League for the New York Yankees. And things are falling fast when it comes to the Jays and where they are. I mean, we talked about it at the point when they were 16-20 this year. That matched the start from last year, but they started to turn it around. Now they're 21-27. They're 11.5 back. They are 1 more loss and a Baltimore win from being in the basement of the American League East Division. Tomorrow it's going to be, I think they'll have an opener, and then Spencer Miles will go. Carlos Rodon is back. He threw one already, and it's looking like on the weekend at some point, Garrett Cole will return to the Blue Jays. To the Yankees, pardon me. Be nice if he returned to the Blue Jays, wouldn't it? So Duke, you watched a little of that game there just before the tail end of the NBA?
Oh yeah, I watched the whole game. Had it on, and it's just another kind of, you almost roll your eyes a little bit because it's a comeback effort that just comes up short, and it's unfortunate for Dylan Cease because, as you said, he looked that same ace type stuff early going, but couldn't quite maintain. And it was almost after he walked, I can't remember who it was before the first home run that tied the game. And even on the broadcast, Joe Siddle's even saying, he's like, oh, kind of playing with fire a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
You know how dangerous this Yankees lineup can be with the long ball. So anytime you're putting ducks on for them, it runs that risk up, and right on cue, they hit the 3-run shot to tie the game.
McMahon, yeah.
And it coming from a guy like McMahon, who's not exactly been nails with the bat here.
He was
this
0 for
season.
24 last week, dude.
Right. So it just seems like a matter of time with this Yankees lineup. And you look at their offense, it's the same Yankees team. The entire production came from hitting home runs. And yeah, they got some guys on base to make those happen, put themselves in good positions to succeed. But it's just frustrating for the Blue Jays right now. And the injuries continue to plague them a little bit with, like, they're clearly missing Alejandro Kirk and his ability to
still 2 weeks
to generate some offense at the plate. And Valenzuela's been capable behind the plate defensively, I think. Obviously, we saw Heineman yesterday. I think they got a little bit of a favorable call on that one throw at second base. I know Aaron Boone certainly felt that way.
He lost it again.
But when you think about Kirk, he's one of the best defensive catchers in the entirety of the league. And then you factor in the fact that he's so reliable at the plate with the bat too. I think that's a guy that they really, really miss here. Even if it's not in the form of, a 40 home run guy, 100 RBI player that's not in their lineup.
Yeah, it's his bottom hand, Kirk, too, right? So it's his left thumb. So that's his bottom hand when he's batting. I think sometimes it's going to hurt him catching at times.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
So. Coming up at the top of the hour, we got Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. He'll slide in his usual 8 o'clock slot. Pulser from Hoop City will bring in Josh Fenwick with, I'm sure, a plethora of points from last night's game and everything else. At 8:20, David Schlemko at 9 bells, the former NHLer and our co-host for Cougar Paint and Collision. And 10 o'clock hour, man, we're jammed with The Athletic. Vegas Golden Knights reporter Jesse Granger, and then Thomas Drance out of Vancouver will give us an update on all things Canucks. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fusion Promo Marketing. Expand your brand, high-quality promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Get noticed at fusionpromomarketing.ca. That's Fusion with a Z. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
NBA's Eastern Conference Finals tipped off last night from Madison Square Garden, and it did not disappoint. The Knicks mount a 22-point comeback, largest in the team's playoff history, to beat the Cavaliers 115-104 in overtime. Jalen Brunson leading the way, 38 points en route to victory. Off the court, Dallas Mavericks have let go head coach Jason Kidd just 2 weeks after former Raptors executive Masai Ujiri took over the team as president. In the WNBA last night, the Tempo win a second straight, defeating Phoenix 98-90. And in the majors, the Blue Jays, second straight night, a comeback effort falls short as they lose to the Yankees 5-4. Elsewhere, Baltimore losing to Tampa Bay 4-1. The Mets get beat by Washington 9-6. Houston top Mini 2-1. Texas blank Colorado 10-0. And the Mariners fall to the White Sox 2-1. IIHF World Hockey Championships resuming preliminary play this morning with Austria taking on Switzerland here at the top of the hour. Ditto for Czechia against Italy. Still to come today, Germany will play the United States and Sweden up against Slovenia. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector and Paul Sir from Hoop City. We'll also hear today's edition of Cam and Eggs. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique family-owned independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
With Play Alberta, backing the home team goes beyond the bets. That's because your picks have provincial impact. Play Alberta is the only app in the province that puts all revenue directly back into supporting programs and services that Albertans rely on every day. By investing in the General Revenue Fund, every play, bet, and buy made on Play Alberta helps make a difference across the province. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
When thirst strikes and your energy begins to fade, one hero rises above the rest. Introducing the Superpower Smoothie from Booster Juice. A bright sun-charged burst of mangoes, bananas, and blue spirulina. An out-of-this-world smoothie, just in time for the new Supergirl movie. Discover your power and channel your inner superhero. Fly into your local Booster Juice and experience it for yourself today. And see Supergirl. Only in theaters June 26th.
Summit Restaurant. Located in the heart of the Silent Ice Center and just minutes from South Edmonton Common, Summit is your destination for exceptional house-made pizza, delicious entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails. Experience the perfect blend of flavor and ambiance in a modern setting. Join us for a straightforward yet elevated dining experience where our commitment to quality speaks to every bite and sip. Make Summit Restaurant your next night on the town.
Hear that? That's your entry calling. Go Auto is sending you to the biggest football event in the world, live in Vancouver, with tickets, flights, and a hotel stay for two. To enter the contest, just text GAME to 780-777-7777. That's GAME to 780 all sevens. Go Auto, get in the game.
This jersey was worn by the legend himself, signed and everything. You can't just wear it. I'm framing it with expressions and images.
Your prized jersey deserves better than the closet. Think Expressions and Images, your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
My go-to move for getting out of the doghouse is catch of the week. Forget flowers. I head there, and the staff points me to the perfect fish and tells me how to cook it. It's easier than you think. Last week, I made an incredible salmon dinner. My wife was so impressed, she forgot why she was mad. It's my secret weapon. It works every time. They're just 5 minutes from Sherwood Park, but it's worth the drive from anywhere. Stop thinking about dinner and just go to Catch of the Week.
Make sure to visit catchoftheweekedmonton.com.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:02 in Edmonton time now for On the Mark. Brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Spring is here. Summer's coming. So are the Corvettes. Yeah. Come see the vets inside Northgate showroom and get 0% financing. See more at northgategm.com as we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
What's going on, man? How are you?
Are you outside right now?
I went outside. Don't have my coffee yet, though. I'm going to have to walk in and grab it in the middle of this interview.
Like, you think...
I'll bring my computer with me so we can talk all the way. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Is Shelka out there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She just...
Well, tell her to get you a coffee.
I think she's in the shower or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
I started making it, and then I thought, I better get out here. I think I'm late. Good thing you were late today. This is like a Jason Gregor time.
Hey,
interview.
stop it. I have never, ever gone past 8:02 with you, ever. Ever. 2 minutes max. And that's because Duke had a long update.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah.
What did I
there's so
miss?
much
Something going on out there?
Yeah, so much going on for sure. But you're back. You look like, I mean, Eddie Steele would be going bananas with that backdrop that you got going out there today.
Yeah, it's nice, eh? Yeah, just waiting for some like summer. Do we ever get summer? It's kind of.
I think on the weekend we're looking okay on the weekend, Spec, but nothing.
Yeah, I'm wearing
nothing
like
crazy.
my thickest hoodie out here for like the last 5 days. Come on, man. Let's go.
I said off the top of the show, and I don't know, maybe I think a lot of people are past the point of caring what Kelly McCrimmon says or does regarding a lot of things. Maybe you feel that way right now, but I thought when, he had to address the penalty that was not rescinded, the second rounder and all that stuff. But when he talked to the media yesterday ahead of the Western Conference Final, and, he brought up the Bruce Cassidy thing, and then they said they won't answer any questions about it. I honestly, I thought he actually looked even more foolish and petty and senseless than what he's looked already, because to me it makes no sense for him to say that what we're doing. The GM's job has been done a long time. He has nothing to do.
Yeah, listen, I've personally spoken to general managers in playoff series over the last 20 some years that kind of chuckle and go, there's really not much for us to do here. They have their meetings with the supervisor of officiating of the series, on game day mornings, big deal. That's a half an hour or 20 minutes at the hotel. They don't have much to do. There's no roster transactions to make. You're not calling anybody up. You're not making any trades. It's don't tell me you're too busy. You're not too busy. So it does. Anyone who knows anything about hockey realizes that this whole thing about, we're embroiled in a series and we don't have time, is just a ruse and an excuse. And the real intent is we don't want him working in our division. And, maybe you should just come out and say it. Like when people have a position, have your position, it's your right to have your position. They're obviously legally okay with not letting him work at this moment, but have the cojones to come out and say, this is my position. I don't want him working for Edmonton. This we're too busy while we're playing thing is just garbage.
I couldn't agree more in the sense everyone would get some respect for him anyway if he said that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you're doing. So what are you hiding?
Exactly.
What are you hiding here?
Do you think that NHL Coaches Association memo or release carries any weight, Spec?
No, it doesn't. No, it carries no weight. The NHL Coaches Association, although a useful tool for coaches to know, it's basically their version of internal salary disclosure. The NHL Coaches Association knows and can help to negotiate every contract. So everybody knows that everyone's making, and the rising tide raises all boats, right? Salary disclosure, we learned in the 70s in baseball, it's good for everybody. So that's really what it's about. They don't have a lot of power, but what they will do is their lawyers will devise a way to insert this into the standard coach's contract, that this can't happen to the next guy. This will change coaching contracts into the future for sure.
Yeah. There'll be, because again, the wording and the phrasing of this contract, nobody knows what it is except for, I guess, Cassidy and his lawyers and the Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah, I think it's the same as all the I don't think it's a special contract. I think it's and the legal precedent is as long as Cassidy accepts $4.5 million from the Vegas Golden Knights, he is then in their employ. And if he's in their employ, they get to tell him who else he can work for. I can't work for TSN. I can't work for Ched, right? Unless I quit Sportsnet or 1440.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. The guy working at the HVAC shop can't moonlight for the HVAC shop across the street. If his boss finds out, he'll probably fire him, right?
Mark Spector with us on Sports 1440. Adam Foote gets released and fired in Vancouver. We had a text earlier, Spec, and I want to just get your opinion on this one. It came right off the hop, and I'll quickly just read it to you because it has, with Ryan Johnson and the possibility of, say, a Manny Malhotra in Vancouver. It just says, "Good morning, Kevin. I admire those organizations that use their minor league affiliate not only to develop players, but also future coaches and management. And then text goes on to say that, Colin Chalk's name has never been brought up here. Keith Gretzky's name doesn't get brought up at all, What's your take on that?
Well, I think Keith Gretzky's name did get brought up when Ken Holland got the job, right? Or was it when Bowman got the job? I would say to you this, it's easier to be that organization that Vancouver is when you're at the bottom, starting fresh, and there's no expectations to win. The Oilers did hire Woodcroft off their team, their minor league team. But their last bunch of hires have been under the guise of, we need to win a Stanley Cup immediately, and we need experienced guys who have done this. And that's why we're hiring Chiarelli and Holland and Tippett and McClelland and, Bowman, right? Because we want, and now hopefully for the Oilers' sake, Cassidy, because they're not Vancouver. So what Vancouver's doing is awesome. Like, Vancouver needs to, the most important thing in Vancouver is to build a buffer between the ownership and the dressing room that the owner will respect. I'm thinking that the owner is less likely to go over or through the Sedins to get to the GM or the coach than he would have been before. Like, I think hopefully he's got enough respect for Hank and Danny to let them do their job and they deal with the GM. He doesn't. Because that's the problem in Vancouver, is the ownership. So hopefully they got a good system. I got mountains of respect for the Sedins in that position.
Yeah.
I don't know Ryan Johnson. Everyone who does says he's really sharp and smart and he's ready for the job. And Vancouver's on brick one of a 10-story building here, Kev. Right? They're the very, very bottom of a rebuild, and great. That's okay. It's fun to watch a rebuild build up, and if they're lucky, they'll turn into the Habs or Anaheim.
You're right in the sense of what stage they're at, but they do have some pieces there. They have if a goaltender there that can stay healthy, he's okay, and they got some guys up front, obviously, that can put the puck in the net, but it's just gone sideways there for him. So it'll be interesting exactly what happens. Hey, so we got game number 1 tonight, Spec, Vegas and Colorado. Just had Chris Meanie on from NHL.com. He's one of the few guys that I've talked to that thinks Vegas can give Colorado a run. I don't know if I'm on his same wavelength here, but you never know. I mean, you never know.
Well, Vegas is going to have to slow the game down. We're going to find a way to slow the game down. And to their credit, that Anaheim-Vegas series was a lot less run and gun than Edmonton-Anaheim was, right? Edmonton-Anaheim was 5-4 hockey every day. And it wasn't like that against Vegas. Vegas, Tortorella and his coaching staff and the players figured out a way to slow Anaheim down a bit. Now, Colorado's better than Anaheim and more experienced, and they're a better, more well-rounded team for sure. So the task gets harder. It always does when you go to the third round. So to me, that's what has to happen here. Vegas, if Vegas can play the game, there's two teams on the ice. One of them's lightning fast and go, and the other one isn't so fast anymore. Vegas isn't a quick team. We've talked about how, look at Edmonton's record against them the last 3 years. The Oilers handle them real well because Edmonton's way quicker than they are. So that's the question. Can Torts and his boys figure out a way to slow this thing down? If we're playing lightning fast, chance for chance hockey, Vegas is done. It's got to be a bit of a slog for Vegas to have a chance, in my opinion.
And I mean, we'll see what happens with Cale Makar, but you saw how banged up he was. If he can't go tonight, and I think he's going to go. Stone's not going for Vegas, but
that's a big loss. He's a big player.
Anything that's coming out of there, but what about Makar? Right? I mean, if Makar is at 70%. That's a big loss for them on the back end.
Well, not only that, if he starts a series at 70%, what's he going to finish it at? If he finishes it, they're like, the problem with being Makar or being Doughty in his prime or being Bouchard or being Quinn Hughes is every whiteboard before every playoff game has your number on it, and the coach is telling everyone to bang the hell out of you every chance they get. And you're on the ice for 25 minutes and you have the puck all the time. So there is no bigger target in a hockey game than a team's number one defenseman, more so than their number one center, because it's harder to hit Connor McDavid than it is Bouchard. Bouchard's going back to pull a puck off the wall, and he's a sitting duck half the time. So it's going to be hard, man. If Makar's coming into this thing injured, they're just going to pound on him every chance they get. And I wouldn't, it's not going to be a whole lot of fun being Cale Makar over the next few days here.
No. I don't know if it's his shoulder pads or whatever, but I always thought, like, watching him on TV, then seeing him in person, I thought Makar was really a lot bigger than what he is.'s not a big guy. He's an average guy.
Average size guy. Yeah, I'd say he's 6'1", and I'd say he's 90 pounds. Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah.
Is he 190? Is he 185? He's not a big, strong, like a heavy built man. He's very lean, and he's tall. Like I'm 5'11". I'd call him 6'1.5".
He's 6 foot, 185. That's what they got him.
Is that what they got? So okay, so that's about what I had. Let's say
an average guy, yeah, for sure.
He's just, hockey players. Obviously, there's some big hockey players. Like that Minnesota team has lots of big guys. You ever stand next to Nico Sturm? Holy man, he's a mountain.
Well,
go ahead.
I saw Matthew Schaefer too. Look at Matthew Schaefer. And, the guy's only 18 years old. He's going to get bigger and bigger, but he's a slight guy for a defenseman that took a lot of punishment and just kept kicking here this year. So, but that's a lot of punishment.
Hockey players aren't giants. Lots of hockey players. Connor McDavid walks down the street. If it wasn't Connor McDavid, you'd just go, there goes some guy, a regular worker.
It's from their core down. Their core down. None of these guys besides, there's the odd guy like, Nurse up top and like Evander Kane is, these guys, if they take the tarp off, you're giving them, the girls are giving them a second look. Connor McDavid walks down the street without a shirt on and people are going like, well, what is that? Who is that? They know they
he's fit. Fit, really fit.
Yeah.
Obviously. But no, listen, that's how hockey players are built. It doesn't, I've remember several hockey players, one of them being Jason Arnott, who came back from the summer and put on all this weight and looked like he looked great on the beach, man. He had big muscles and biceps, and his chest was giant, and he looked good. And man, did it slow him down, and man, was he a worse hockey player.
That's right.
It took him till Christmas to take half that weight off. It didn't work. So hockey's not a, look at Quinn Hughes, look at Jared Spurgeon. Like Jared Spurgeon, I've seen, he's not a big, he's a small man, wicked skilled, good hockey player. So you can play our game at that size. And a lot of guys do. Sid Crosby's not a big man. From the waist down, he's got a tree trunks going on, but he's not a giant or anything like that. Sid's a regular cat.
Yeah. What's going on today, Spec? Did you go and get your coffee there? I was getting a little dizzy at times.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I did. Yeah. And then I ended up, Shelka grabbed it for me. So.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. What are you doing in here with that computer?
What's on the go at the lake today, big guy?
Oh, I think I might have to actually work today. I'm not sure. I got to talk to my boss. It's always good for Spec when Vancouver fires a coach and when the other series starts. My boss gets all busy. I'm hoping something big happens out of Toronto today. They kind of forget I exist out here when there's news around the league.
That's what you said that one time, like during the whole Keith Pelly thing. Take the week off, Spec.
Yeah. I think maybe Montreal's going to start having interviews again today, so that'll get me off the hook maybe for another day.
Well, like you said, if you looked at Torts and McCrimmon yesterday, could they have not been on better behavior?
Well, I was a little bit stunned to read what had Kelly said about, absolute contrition. Yeah. We were wrong. We robbed our fans of the moment. Torts did it. I didn't stop it. It's they did get their, let's say, their wrists slapped in New York. And the other thing that really, that I think surprised the whole hockey world, all us skeptical journalists, is that second round pick stuck. I thought they'd rescind that thing and make it a 6th or something, right?
I wouldn't be surprised though, Spec, if down the road it turns into something else.
Well, let's see.
Again, think about like the latest one is Ottawa, right? Ottawa got their first rounder back. So
they did. What was that first rounder for again? For
that was what's that do? Yeah, Evgeny Dadonov, and how he had Yeah, he
no
has a
trade.
certain amount of no movement clause to certain teams. Yeah, so
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, I thought it'd be over and done with by now. I thought that hearing, they'd get their appeal, it would go down. So, listen, as a member of the media, and I'll keep this short because I know we got to go. Us PHWA people, we don't have a lot of teeth. If somebody doesn't abide by the media rules, what are we going to do? Not cover the team? Our bosses will fire us. So we need the league to step in and say, hey, we all agreed on these rules. We got to abide by these rules. So as a writer, I was very happy that the league did that.
Yeah.
They're standing up for the media and for the media rights and as such for the fans. It's good. I'm all for it, man.
Good stuff, Spec. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good, Kev.
Mark Spector on the mark. Brought to you powered by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This truck's for you. Check them out at northgategm.com. When we come back, Paul Sir from Hoop City on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Are new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more? Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Mr. Rooter gets attacked by a Canada goose.
Oh, look at that. Another on-time arrival. Nothing stops Mr. Rooter from plumbing on schedule. You gotta be kidding me. Hello, Mr. Goose. I'm Mr. Rooter. Okay, this is what you train for. Through rain, sleet, or goose, the pipes get fixed.
A honk for a plumber who does whatever it takes. Mr. Rooter.
Want home ice advantage for your window coverings? Novo Blinds provides factory direct pricing and the fastest turnaround in the city for homeowners, builders, and commercial projects. Book a free in-home consultation at novoblinds.ca.
May brings more of what you're looking for at Wolf GMC Buick. The selection, never better. The savings up to $12 grand when you combine cash discounts on your new 2026 Sierra 1500 pickup. Up to $1,750 in cash rebates on remaining 2025 Terrain SUVs. Plus 0% financing up to 72 months on most models. And ask about the truck trade-in bonus of up to $1,500 on select new in-stock Sierra 1500s.
Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Everything is going to be okay. If you're feeling the weight of too much debt, you have options. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. Becoming debt-free is possible, and a personal bankruptcy or a consumer proposal will get you there. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. You'll learn how a consumer proposal will eliminate your debt by paying a percentage of the amount owed without interest. At Faber, we've got your back.
Do you have neck or back pain? Ever go for treatment hoping for a simple fix only to realize your stubborn spine is basically a science project with attitude? Hey, we get it. And honestly, we're a little sorry because great rehab does take proper experimenting. But at Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we don't just toss exercises into the beaker and hope it doesn't explode. We start with the right diagnosis, then mix hands-on care, precise manual therapy, and evidence-based technology. The formula your body actually needs. Science and skill with gratitude, not attitude. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Hey there, it's Brandon Douglas from Sports 1440. If you're tired of slow, unreliable internet connections like I am, check out Starlink. It's fast, reliable, even in bad weather, and even works for 4K streaming for movie nights, online gaming, and more. Growing up on the farm in the sticks of central Alberta, we tried everything to get reliable internet, but we're always left with buffering video and half-loaded websites. There's nothing worse than losing your connection while streaming the big game. I'm getting mine set up soon and can't wait. If you're ready for better internet, order online in 2 minutes at starlink.com/radio or call 1-800-GO-STARLINK.
Sports 1440. All sports, all day.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Thanks for listening to Edmonton's sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 8:23 in Edmonton, and time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing, stepping up to the plate so you won't have to. For all your plumbing needs, go to mrreuter.ca. As we welcome back Paul Sir from Hoop City. Good morning, Paul. You're with Kevin Karius. As always, thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Kevin, you still have the best tan in the industry. It's incredible. The walls to Karius, it's just they're the same. They're the same tone and shade. It's impressive.
Paul, or as you know, we lost Johnny Sexsmith way too soon, and Johnny would get tanned up pretty good too. But he came into the office one day. This is years ago, and he was on a 2-week holiday. And I said, Johnny, you look like a young George Hamilton.
You're not far off, Kevin.
and because he had that sort of look about him too, and he came in looking, he had that suave hair back, and
absolutely.
Boy. Well, Paul, have you ever seen a game like what we saw last night between the Knicks and the Cavs?
Well, yes, but you know what's amazing? Like, we're at an inflection point in history, Kevin. I mean, not to get overly dramatic, but my God. The game last night, which started out, in fact, I was texting with Ben Golliver, and I sent Ben a message. And I said, "Isn't this like watching a junior high game in the first half compared to what we watched the night before between San Antonio and the Thunder?" And it started out just horrible basketball, but then who would have ever envisioned what would have happened? Starting with 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, Knicks down 22. My God, it's incredible. And if I could go so far as to make this comparison, Kevin, Jalen Brunson, he's 5'11". He's not 6'1", he's not 6'2". He's 5'11", and he's not a leaper. And then you've got Wemby, 7'4" or 7'5", depending on who you listen to. And they both have these historic nights. So yes, last night was turned from something very underwhelming into something unbelievable.
As a former coach, and I brought this up in our opening segment, I did not understand when the Knicks were on their 30-8 run. During that 30-8 run, the Cavs and Kenny Atkinson only called one timeout. Can you explain that to me, Paul?
No, other than it's horrible coaching. And the other side of it is, having been involved as a player in big comebacks on both sides, and as a coach, winning and losing on both sides. And I'm not saying this is as dramatic as that, but in that vein, you have to do everything you can to find a way to get a bucket, for goodness sakes, like to get a timeout, put a play in, get a bucket going at the basket. You don't need a three. You need to get something to break the string of shots that are being made by your opponent. And the Cavs didn't do that. My prediction is, Kevin, that game got Kenny Atkinson most likely fired. He will, because and here's why. Most likely they're going to lose the series. I think, like last night, the Cavs really took it to the Knicks. Knicks looked rusty, looked out of sorts, and the Cavs had it going. But I'll add one other dimension to the coaching decision. How in the world do you end up with James Harden guarding Brunson all the time down the stretch? I mean, if Brunson could take 3D printer and print out the defender he wanted to have on him at that point in the game, it'd be James Harden. Mm-hmm. I mean, in his prime, Harden was a less than average defender, but now in his advanced years, it's much, much different. So I think Kevin, Atkinson, really, I mean, a lot of what happened in a absolute tailspin failure like the Cavs experienced last night, Atkinson has to shoulder most of the blame.
Yeah. You mentioned, Paul, just get a bucket, but how about not turning the ball over? They had more turnovers, in that 12 minutes and whatever it was, than they had field goals. So what about protecting the ball there?
Well, that would help. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to hold on to the ball and actually get a shot, Kevin. That's actually positive. No, I agree with you. They did a terrible job. And again, though, when you get rattled, no matter at what level, in what sport, the most elite athletes, when they get rattled, then they just become human beings again and not superstars. And they were totally off their game. The Knicks had all the momentum in the world. And anybody that's played sports knows that feeling when it's all going your way or all going against you. It's a bad feeling. And it's hard to break up that cascade of failure in the case of the Cavaliers. But you're right. You got to take care of the basketball. And the Cavs are sloppy with the basketball. Again, and I'm not putting it all on Harden because it wasn't all Harden, but he is very casual with the basketball. And if there's ever a time you've got to change your pattern and be strong with the ball, it's when you're in the midst of some cataclysmic event like the Knicks experienced last night.
Yeah. Paul, sir, with us on Sports 1440. So we were talking about rest versus rust as well. And because the Canadiens series is coming up and they've played every second night, basically just like the Cavaliers have for quite a while. And the Knicks were resting for 8 or 9 days. How much did that come into play last night? And can Cleveland even recover after, like, this was their shot? This was their shot to stun them and get some momentum in this series.
Well, here's the asterisk to that. Think of Game 6 in Cleveland to win the series against Detroit, and they absolutely laid an egg and got humiliated by the Pistons, and then went back to Detroit and inexplicably, with Harden scoring 9 points with 3 assists, decimate the Pistons. Absolutely take it to them. So I wouldn't write them off yet because they certainly have shown that they to this point, they have a short memory. So while the Knicks can't, rest on this, it's a great comeback. It's a great win, great emotional lift. They're still going to have to play the game. And the Cavaliers have shown resilience. Do I think they'll be able to? No, I think the Knicks are the better team. But on the flip side, this isn't a team you can write off yet. You got to go game by game still, to use that overused sports saying. But Cleveland has been a resilient group.
Paul, sir, with us from Hoop City. I'm going to bring in your sidekick, Josh Fenwick, for a couple of questions because he's just been dying to get at this, especially after his big weekend off, and he's back, he's been back for yesterday and today, and he looks refreshed, Paul. He looks like his mind is clear. He looks like he's ready to really roll this week, especially this Saturday with you on Hoop City.
That's what the Peace Country will do to you.
Yeah, it's just lovely country up there, Paul. I sort of want to shift gears and go to the opposite side of the NBA here on the Western Conference, because obviously we saw that absolutely insane Game 1 between the Thunder and the Spurs. So I was wondering what you think the Thunder will do differently coming into tonight's game. Like, will they attack Wemby more, much like your Timberwolves did in the Spurs Wolves series, because they were taking a lot of threes when Wemby was on the court in Game 1?
I think they will. One of the things that you have to do against a big, even an unprecedented big like Wemby, is you have to go into his body when you attack the basket. You can't shy away from it. And they did shy away. And you make a great point, Josh. They passed up layups to take threes oftentimes just because of the fear of Wemby's presence. Although Gilgeous-Alexander had a couple of masterful drives to the basket, one where Wemby chose not to help on the weak side because Holmgren was in the corner, so he didn't come over to block the shot or attempt to block it. But then Gilgeous-Alexander took Wemby right to the basket in a critical basket towards the end of regulation. So yeah, they're going to have to attack Wemby. Here's the thing, and I'll give a little bit of a personal story here real quickly. Sean Sweeney, a couple of times during the game, was featured by the TV crew, who's marvelous, by the way. I think Tirico, Reggie Miller, and Jamal Crawford are fantastic. But Sean Sweeney is the associate head coach of the Spurs, and he was a high school teammate of my son Steve's at Cretin-Derham Hall in St. Paul, and they're giving him a lot of credit for the defense. I think the defense that you saw the other night was something that really upset Gilgeous-Alexander's equilibrium. And so Shea's going to have to get more focused, I think, and not try to force shots like he did. because he's got great teammates around him. But they're going to have to adapt to that because the athleticism on the Spurs side, especially in the guard play, really makes it a lot tougher for SGA than he's had to face throughout the year. So yes, attack Wemby, but you're going to have to play off Shea, and you're going to have to do things a little bit differently because the obviously the Spurs flustered the Thunder the other night, and were able to steal one.
And then staying on Wemby, is that part of Oklahoma City's court cursed? Like, where do you think he gets the confidence to take his second 3-pointer of the game from 33 feet out to force double overtime?
You know what? This is one unique young man, and I am absolutely enthralled and impressed and grateful for his attitude. His unapologetic competitiveness is awesome. It is just awesome to see a young 22-year-old guy, with all of the adulation and praise, just be a different dude. And he's out there playing. I mean, he is cut from the same cloth as Jordan, Bird, Magic, that group of fearless competitors who are not worried about being buddies with everybody else. They're out there to win. He makes no bones about it. He said, I want to win a lot of MVP trophies when he saw SGA get his. He was mocking almost at times Chet Holmgren, who is, was and by the way, Holmgren was the second place finisher and defensive player of the year. Who do you think? Do you think Wemby deserved it this year in terms of impact on the game? But I just think, Wemby just has a confidence and let's face it, a skill set we've never seen before. We have gone into new ground. This is the new model of the Terminator, truly, that has arrived. And we're seeing something special. He has moxie. He has confidence. He's learned to play with his back to the basket. He relishes the moment. Yeah, we saw a historical game the other night.
Let me throw this one at you, Paul, with Wemby. And there are certain things that make players great. And this is in all sports. And they can be different aspects of the game, but other things that come into play as well. And when SGA was presented the MVP award before the game, and everyone's looking on, and then after the game, and you saw, we went through all the stats, what Wemby did. After the game, he's asked about that presentation, and you could see the look on his face is like, you know what? He didn't say it, but I wanted to stick it to. I wanted to show him, SGA, that I'm just as good and I'm better and I do other things well, and that's what makes greatness, in my opinion. I don't know where you stood on before and after the game in that sense.
I think your point's, it's a great point, Kevin. I love the fact that he's not the guy that's been instructed in the back rooms of the NBA of this is how you talk to the media. This is what you got to say. Yeah, the team, we just got to work together. We got to keep pushing it. All the crap that you hear guys say that are, just boilerplate. Wemby doesn't act, think, or talk like that. He's his own man. And I think that's really refreshing for the game of basketball because it's centered in his relentless pursuit of excellence. And he puts his money where his mouth is, and he walks the walk when he's out on the court. So I think your point's well taken. I think it's great to have a guy like this in the NBA now that demonstrates, I want to be better than.
Mm-hmm.
I think he gives credit where credit is due, but it's like Larry Bird walking into the locker room in the first 3-point shooting contest and saying, which one of you guys is going to finish second? So you got to admire that kind of ferocious competitiveness. I think it's great for the game, and it's demonstrative too of if you want to be at the top of the heap, that's what you got to have. You got to be different.
So let me follow that up with you, Paul, in the sense, because when you're coaching or even playing, sometimes a player has that from within. This guy's 22 years old. I don't think anyone has taught him how to be this type of player individual. Maybe it has to come from within with certain individuals. Maybe speak to that dynamic within, a team concept and just the individuality to take it to another level too.
some things are unteachable, and you can, but I would equate it like there's a mustard seed of competitiveness that is in the gut of every athlete. It just depends on what other factors will go towards watering it and having it grow into its potential. And once in a while, and you see this across the board in all sports, like look at Sinner in tennis. Like when you watch tennis right now, there's a lot of great players out there, but why is this guy so dominant? There's something different there. You look at Jordan Bird, Magic, as I pointed out, Bill Russell, all of these players. There's just something in there where they'll take it to the next extreme. You walk into a youth, and I'll use this example. You walk into a youth basketball tournament, and you'll see all these kids around, and a lot of them can dribble. Not a lot can shoot, but a lot of them can dribble, pass, and do some stuff. But once in a while, you'll just see a kid, and he just has this it factor. He just has this competitiveness that just goes beyond what everybody else possesses out there, and they just stand out. So I think in Wemby, a lot of it's unteachable. It's just there, but you've got to nourish it, and you've got to work at it, and you've got to believe in it, and you've really got to keep your eye on that focus and not let up, not be a nice guy, not cave into it. You got to be pursuing it every day.
Yeah, I mean, leadership and how you go about things comes in different forms. And the next stage, and maybe it's already there with a lot of the Spurs, is for a lot of these guys to, follow him. And even though he's, the youngest guy going, if they follow him, I mean, this could be something special here.
Well, it really is something special. Like we're watching two of the finest teams that I've ever watched in basketball is in terms of complete teams. I mean, when you look at the talent on both squads, it's really impressive. But the Spurs, Dylan Harper, the guy's 20, and to do the stuff he does is remarkable. Castle the other night, 11 turnovers, 11 assists, but he's relentlessly competitive. I think to your point, Kevin, Wemby's setting the tone, but he's got a lot of other like-minded guys on that team. The Spurs have done a masterful job, not just of drafting ability, but nurturing culture in their own way. They're a very unique franchise.
Too early, Paul, to let us know what's going on Hoop City on Saturday, because I know Josh has done nothing this week to get the show ready.
We're going to be just fine. Josh will carry us again. So we're working on a couple of guests. I want to talk brief. I want to have one segment on the WNBA, the success early of the Toronto Tempo, the absolute embarrassing treatment of Caitlin Clark in terms of her greatness. As a game, 32 points, 10 assists, 17 in the fourth quarter, brings them back. Her coach after the game says, yeah, the whole team really pulled together. It's like, sure, that's what happened. So anyway, we're working on guests right now. We'll have a great show. And boy, oh boy, are we being given a lot right now to talk about. So I'm really excited about the show.
A great time of the year. Good stuff. Paul, as always, thanks a lot. Enjoy tonight's game number 2 between the Spurs and OKC. Should be a dandy.
Really should be, Kevin. Thanks so much.
Paul Sir from Hoop City. You hear him every Saturday with Josh Fenwick at 10 till 12 right here on Sports 1440, following the Triple S. That was the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter. Dropping the gloves on every clogged pool. That's mrrooter.ca. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440, plus another edition of Cam and Eggs. Cam Tate after a one-day sabbatical. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
For many families, the stress of divorce can throw your life out of balance. The loss of a relationship, ongoing conflict, mounting legal bills, and uncertainty about the future can feel overwhelming. Hi, I'm Corey Anderson with Fairway Divorce Solutions. At Fairway, our team helps you restore balance through mediation, negotiation, and a unique step-by-step process. With 2 offices in Edmonton dedicated to serving your needs, our goal is simple: to help you navigate a path back to peace and clarity. Visit us today at Fairway Divorce.
Hear that? That's your entry calling. Go Auto is sending you to the biggest football event in the world, live in Vancouver, with tickets, flights, and a hotel stay for two. To enter the contest, just text GAME to 780-777-7777. That's GAME to 780 all sevens. Go Auto, get in the game.
It's time to hit the greens. Elevate your golf game with Country Club Tour Golf Academy. No matter your experience, our PGA of Canada teaching pros are here to help. Enjoy lessons year-round between our 7 CCT golf courses and 2 state-of-the-art indoor facilities. Choose the location convenient for you. We offer private lessons, group lessons, expert club fittings, and junior camps. Visit our website to learn more and get ready to take your game to the next level. Booking is easy. Go to countryclubtour.com/golf academy and schedule your lesson today.
It's the final weekend of the Bricks Famous Tent Sale. Take up to 70% off clearance items in the tent and in store. And unadvertised in-store specials in every department. Plus, buy more, save more, up to $1,000 off select major appliances. And score a bonus Bluetooth party speaker with a qualifying purchase. You could get a sofa, coffee table, mattress, bed frame, and a dining set. All of this for less than $1,500. Only at the Bricks Tent Sale. See in-store for details and exclusions. The Brick, saving you more.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at hughescarwash.com.
Good to go. With Mortgages to Go, you'll be good to go. MortgagesToGo.ca says yes when the banks say no. That's why Alberta has trusted Mortgages to Go for over 23 years. If you need cash and have equity in your home, you're approved instantly, guaranteed. Call 1-888-888-5998. That's 1-888-888-5998. With Mortgages to Go, you'll say, I'm good to go.
What's that? That actually spring? Like no snow squalls or bad weather tomorrow? It's actually spring? Well, GS Construction welcomes the warmer weather because that means we can really get to work. Now, it doesn't matter if there was bad weather. This is our time to shine. But we can't do it without good people to do that work. That's why GS Construction is hiring pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. If you want to join a team who loves their work, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Millions and millions of Canadians do not have a doctor. We have a crisis. Canada's Medical Clinic is opening clinics across Canada to allow everyone to have a doctor to call their own. Early detection saves lives. We've got some great news. You can call now and book an appointment with your new doctor. Canada'sMedicalClinic.com. And more good news. Canada's Medical Clinic Windermere is also now a walk-in clinic. We'll see you there.
Summer is calling. Is your vehicle ready for the road trip? Get ready for the season at Nisku Ford with offers that turn up the heat. Right now, you choose how you save. Finance your new vehicle with rates as low as 0%. Or choose massive cash rebates as high as $12,500. Whether you're hauling the boat or packing up the family, we have the Ford you need for your summer adventures. Start your summer upgrade at niskuford.ca. Nisku Ford, above expectations.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:47 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you on Sports 1440. Duke, when's the last time you had a 5-day weekend like Cam Tate had?
5-day weekend. Well, right.
I count Friday.
Well, Friday's a half day because he still wrote it.
He wrote those. Remember, they're a 4-part series of his.
That's true. So he banked that one.
That one was in the bag, is what we call it.
Right.
So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 5-day weekend is what I got.
But he was working yesterday, right? He said he was going to give a speech.
Yeah. What kind of speech was it?
Connor actually had a good after we'd learned that. Cam didn't have an entry for yesterday. He said I should have just made one up and read it, trying to like impersonate the voice system that Cam uses. Just read it my best robot AI voice.
Well, why wouldn't you? Time now for another edition of Cam and Eggs with Cam Tate.
It isn't pretty. That's why I wasn't here yesterday. I'm struggling. Imagine a Zamboni doing donuts on my soul, restless, untethered, like I woke up and found someone swapped my remote for a potato. I considered calling the Sports 1440's Employee Assistant Program's emergency line. Press 1 if you lost a tooth. Press 2 if your team lost in overtime. Press 3 if you've lost your will to watch anything not played on ice. Frankly, I need a support group. Maybe weekly sessions. Must accept snacks and primal wailing. My mood's got more swings than a U9 team on a power play. Up cheering, down sulking, then stuck in rerun territory. Curling, competitive ironing, late-night infomercials about felt hats. Nothing takes the edge off. But let's be honest, fellow fans. We just gorged ourselves on hockey's main course. Chaos. Heartbreak. More first-period goals than Junior Rec League saw in a season. Saves so criminal, I thought about dialing 911. Hits that rearranged dental records. Penalties that made my aunt faint and light a candle. That's playoff hockey. May Madness, fully unfiltered. And then, Game 7. Sudden death overtime. 5 syllables. Instant stress test. Blood pressure through the roof, breath held. I was sweating in places only my doctor knows exist. 2 teams with backstories longer than the drive from Buffalo to Montreal. Both holding on like a third-string goalie at tryouts. And yeah, we say epic until it's meaningless, but this one left epic in the penalty box, chewing on its glove. Honest truth, it's criminal one side had to lose. Like cutting short a perfect nap. Or my brief flirtation with home hairstyling. Canadians take it, 3-2. Montreal moves on, Sabres hit the showers. My dog refuses to come out. He's boycotting until next season. Next up, Hurricanes. Carolina, hope you've got decaf and whoever invented calming tea on speed dial. I am happy for my friends Brian and Diane Gurnham, loyal listeners, retired teachers, Montreal-born and raised in Montreal, and huge Canadian fans. But mostly, what a ride. What a story to tell. Forget overtime, my heart's still in it. Only difference is, now, my cardiologist is sending the invoices and stern advice about covering bowling. Back this afternoon with Gregor, if, of course, I'm not in therapy. Cam and Eggs, Sports, 1440.
Thanks, Tater. Man, he had a few, similes, eh, Duke? He had something more than like this, like that, then. Holy smokes, Tater. Text from Not Fred says, I think I'm going to start using that great quote that Cam just used. When someone asks me how I'm feeling, I will say, it just feels like someone swapped my remote for a potato. Maybe like a baked potato, I assume, Tater. Matt LeDuc says, sudden death overtime, 5 syllables, or as Nestor Pister would say, syllables. Oh boy, when you're listening that closely, Duke. Sudden death overtime. Okay, Matt, we got you. Text 833-401-1440. Triple C. We had Paul Sir, and he's talking about. I love when there's no mention of LeBron when mentioning the Savage players, and he calls them LeBronda. Oh, LeBronda. Husk says, KK, Harden's a pylon. Just brutal coaching on so many levels with Cleveland and Atkinson. Tough to watch. Team Dean says the Vegas presser regarding, I'm pretty sure the league office wrote the apology and they just read it. Absolutely, man, dirtbag organization. As to the distraction, here's what it would be in an email. How about a text or whatever? Stan. Hi, Kelly. Stan here. Hope all is well with you. I'm contacting you because I would like to interview Bruce Cassidy for a vacant coaching vacancy. Regards, Stan Bowman. Kelly reply. That would be fine with us. Distraction over. Team Dean. had one way earlier, Duke, talking about, I got to try to find it. Oh, yeah, this was from Robert. I never got this. And it said, the reality is by leaving the topic of Bruce Cassidy unsolved, it is more distracting to the Knights. Why would it be a distraction? This is like the furthest thing for a distraction to them on any level. Like, even whatever they're doing. Like, because no one in the organization could care less about Bruce Cassidy moving forward. They don't care about him in the room. I mean, to be honest, there was a slight dig. I would say you would call it more than a slight dig from Mitch Marner when he said, when Tortorella came in, he gave us our swagger back. I don't see it as a distraction at all. Either way, whatever way, they've moved on. They just haven't let him move on. Coming up at the top of the hour, David Schlemko, former NHLer, will be with us for Cougar Paint and Collision. We'll go in or out with Schlemmer. We got a busy 10 o'clock hour, man. We're going to be jam-packed talking hockey with Jesse Granger from The Athletic, covers the Vegas Golden Knights. We'll get his thoughts on McCrimmon, Cassidy, the penalty, second rounder, the fine. Who cares about it? It's $100,000. It's nothing to these guys. And then, of course, a look ahead to game number 1 tonight of the Western Conference Final with the Vegas Golden Knights taking on the Colorado Avalanche. Again, looking like Mark Stone won't go for Vegas. And I would say that Cale Makar would be a game time decision, but I think he would be a full go. I just don't think that they're announcing it yet. Then at 10:20, we'll head out to Vancouver and talk with Thomas Drance from The Athletic, because so much going on there. The Sedin's coming in. You pick up Ryan Johnson as GM. So he's been with the organization for a dozen years or so. Now you've got Manny Malhotra possibly sitting in the wings. It's going to be a busy time. It's an exciting time for the Vancouver Canucks as well. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding, awswelding.ca. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
NBA's Eastern Conference Final tipping off last night from Madison Square Garden, and the Knicks erased a 22-point deficit, largest in franchise's playoff history, to come back and beat the Cavaliers in overtime 115-104. Jalen Brunson leading the way for New York with 38 points in the victory. Off the court, Dallas Mavericks announced that Jason Kidd is out as head coach after 5 seasons with the club. This coming just 2 weeks after former Raptors exec Masai Ujiri took over as the team's president. In the WNBA last night, the Toronto Temple picked up a second consecutive win, beating Phoenix 98-90. And in the majors, the Blue Jays come up short a second straight night in their comeback effort against the Yankees. They fall 5-4. Elsewhere, Tampa over Baltimore 4-1. The Athletics beat up on the Angels 14-6. Dodgers get past San Diego 5-4. And in the nightcap, Seattle lost to the White Sox 2-1. Currently from the IIHF World Championships over in Switzerland, the host nation Swiss are up 4-0 on Austria, and the Czechs and Italians currently scoreless in the first period. Still to come this morning, the United States will play Germany, and Sweden will go up against Slovenia. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out and be joined by our Wednesday co-host, former NHL defenseman David Schlemko. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Hi, I'm Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
The sun's out, the pavement's warm, and that low rumble of a Harley rolling by? Oh yeah, that's calling your name. This is riding season, and if you've been thinking about a new ride, Harley-Davidson of Edmonton has the one that'll get your heart pumping. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned bikes, there's one waiting for you. Whether you're upgrading or just getting started, and while you're there, ask about test rides, because the only way to know is to ride it. For more details, visit Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail, locally owned and operated since 1980, or at hdedmonton.com.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing. Tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Say hello to your new favorite drinks. Introducing new McCafe Refreshers. Icy cool, undeniably refreshing, and available in 3 flavors. Strawberry watermelon, mango pineapple, and blackberry passion fruit. Only at McDonald's.
Jason Gregor isn't just a sports guy. He's a community builder with over $3 million raised for local charities.
And his Gregor Foundation,
He's making a difference on and off the air. Check out Gregor weekday afternoons on Sports 1440.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, Jersey barriers, and aggregate. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned, over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
Everybody loves a beautiful day in Edmonton. Hey, it's Jamie, and Green Drop Lawn Care is giving you one more reason to love the nice weather. Next Nice Day service. People always ask, how soon can Green Drop get here? Well, when you sign up with Next Nice Day service, we'll be there by tomorrow. Assuming Mother Nature cooperates, we'll be fertilizing and treating your weeds by the very next day. We'll even include Drought Fighter at no additional cost. Just another reason we have been Canada's lawn expert since 1979. Easy online signups only at greendrop.com.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 9:01 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, plus Josh Fenwick with you here on a Wednesday morning. 9 bells. It means our co-host on Wednesdays slides in, David Schlemko, powered by Cougar Paint and Collision, where family service and pride have earned customer trust for decades. That's cougarcollision.com. Good morning, Schlemmer.
Morning, KK.
Well, it was an interesting weekend because once again, you and I are off the hook for any bill that is going to be upcoming for the Szechuan Castle round number 2 of our majors.
Love it.
Poor Josh sitting over there.
Poor Joshy.
Taking his bottles in for the next couple of weeks.
I mean, ballsy pick, 3rd overall, going with Hovland. Maybe not the smartest.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. There's too many other good choices out there.
Yeah.
Too many other good choices.
Ludwig. I picked him in all my drafts again.
Where did you finish at the ranch? Like top 10 or something?
No, I was top 10 heading into Sunday, and my guys really faded. I had Taylor, I had Oberg, I had a bunch of guys that were like 1 or 2, and nobody had a Sunday.
And I mean, if you didn't have Aaron Rye.
Right. You're not going to win nothing anyway.
It's an amazing story for him.
It is.
Like, did you read all the stuff with his gloves and the head covers on the irons? And
yeah, I mean, I didn't see it on the weekend, but I've heard about it before. I don't know why. He just bugs me. I'm not a fan.
Well, but at least he's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
So he's not like a dick, and he's like not like how DeChambeau was and how Koepka and all these guys that are irritating and say crazy things.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
You know?
He seems like a pure class act.
He just looks like an accountant out on a Sunday round.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I guess maybe that's why I just don't like watching him play golf.
Oh, I'll tell you on Sunday, and even on 18, because I thought on 18, he still had he had a 3-stroke lead playing 18. He had bogeyed 2 rounds prior in a par. So he had 2 bogeys and a par, I believe. And like his driver is not exactly high tech right now. He's got an older driver.
No, man. Like guys are hitting 3 woods longer than his driver.
Yeah. But he's fourth most accurate.
He had a dream Sunday back 9.
Did he ever?
Oh, last 10 holes, really. Eagled 9.
That was the big one, that putt. And then, and then even on the par 3, that long bender of a putt.
Yeah.
That could have been a 3 putt. Instead, he goes.
All right. I mean, there's 3-4 situations where you're like, okay, this could be where he takes a step back here, maybe loses a shot or 2. And every time he was under the gun, under that pressure, he made a great shot.
Text 833-401-1440. I wish actually Laddie was here, and I wish also Chris Dingman would be here for this question. I see Bob Hartley is in the finals in the KHL this year. Why is he blacklisted in the NHL? He's been coach of the year and has won it at every level he's coached: NHL, KHL, AHL, QMJHL, Swiss A.
He's a dick.
There you go.
I actually had Bob Hartley as well in Calgary.
That's right. I was trying to get all 3 of you guys here. I would have just let it go, and we could have had filled an hour, Schlemmer.
Yeah, so not as long as Laddie or probably Dinger in Colorado either. But my first year pro, Eric Lacroix owned our team. He played on that Colorado team with with Dinger, and he actually told me a story of the playoffs that year, and they actually kicked Bob Hartley out of the dressing room. They locked him out during one of the games. They won the cup. He came in and snapped on everyone right after the period, and went back to the coach's room, and he came back in with like 5 minutes left or whatever, say his spiel, and I think it was Sakic or Bork or someone. They just locked the door, locked him out.
That's an outstanding. I think Digger might have told me that story too, but that's a guy like he just. From all the stories, like I've done fortunate enough to do all these alumni things, and I hear because his name gets brought up a lot, Bob.
Well, yeah, and he's like a media darling, right? He seems like such a good guy to the media, and he kind of pretends to like stick up for his players, like he's a player's coach when he does his media, but then behind closed doors, he will just rip you apart, like so personal, just like the worst human being.
That's what everyone seems to say. Like he's two-faced. Like he'll say one thing to you, and then the other thing is like totally different.
Yeah.
So to your point, Limey, or Liney, I guess. He might be a dick, but he's a winner. Well, maybe 20 years ago. It doesn't work anymore.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it doesn't work anymore.
No, guys would just shut her down.
He would be so gone so fast.
Like even like in my era, like certain guys like that were a little softer that couldn't take that honest, hard coaching. Like they couldn't play for him. No one could play for him now. Not
so,
over here.
Like when you were, what
Maybe
was he
in
like
Russia.
with certain tiers of guys, like how he dealt with guys.
Yeah.
How different was that?
Well, it was very different, right? Like he had his guys he loved, like Chris Russell could do no wrong. He was just a heart and soul kind of guy who battled and blocked everything. And then you had a guy like Mason Raymond, who was like maybe a little further down in the lineup guy, but he was more of a skill guy. He didn't bring that physical edge. And
Former Camrose Kodiak, Mason Raymond.
And like the things Bob would say about this guy in video sessions was just like unbelievable.
Like and you'd be the first to say, Schlemmer, with all your coaching and stuff like that, some kids, and it's different. I mean, we're talking NHL and other stuff. Some kids need a pat on the back. Some kids need a kick in the ass. And it's the same thing in the NHL. It's how you do it and when you do it.
It's a lot more padding these days.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
A few less kicks in the ass.
Text from Hardeep. Hey, before we get to Hardeep's text, like, I don't know if you saw Kelly McCrimmon yesterday. He had an availability. And just
what a joke that was.
I don't even know how to explain it anymore. Like, it should be like if he would have went yesterday and said, listen, this is a division rival. Like we've talked about
Yeah.
respect. We talked.
Would have respected him a lot more.
Don't say that. Yeah, we're playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, we don't.
Just say, you know what? This is a division rival. We got to think this through as an organization.
Yeah. Not just like whatever that was. Word salad.
So bad.
We don't want it to be a distraction for us. Is that how we tried to sell it? Yeah.
Well,
Huge
our
distraction.
focus is on the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah.
But it's just
no kidding.
He looked worse yesterday, I said, than not addressing the media and not talking about the subject at all.
Well, then, and then he says, what did he say? Well, we're not going to explain it any more than that, to just say we were wrong.
That was they were talking about not addressing the media after Game 6 against.
That was that one,
so
right?
it's two all at once, but he's reading off a prepared statement.
Yeah,
which stinks.
Didn't go well.
No, I mean it's just embarrassing. But anyway, so the Oilers coaching situation is still up in the air. We talked about it a few times, and Hardeep, I'm going to get to your text because it's a very good one. Now, how long do you wait around here? Duke had it on in or out yesterday. We're talking about the weekend, 10 days. When do you pivot if you're not allowed to talk to the guy that you want?
I don't know. I mean,
you just wait.
I think you wait. Yeah. I know there's a couple other teams looking for a coach, but we've been through this how many times now? I think we need to make sure we get our guy.
And we've talked about this too again for it's been a week now because Frank Saravalli technically broke it last Tuesday.
Right.
I call it the back channels. Okay, so it's a friend of a friend of a friend calls a friend of a friend of a friend. So I'm talking someone from the Oilers talks to someone in the Cassidy camp.
Yep.
And we know all of this goes on like before free agency and things like that. It's not like this is not commonplace. So what do you think's been said through the back channels?
Oh, I think there's a lot going on right now.
Yeah.
I think the NHL's pissed. I think even like the coaches union putting out that statement there, that's to put more pressure on. I think they're in a bit of a conundrum right now because these are the rules that they laid out, but they want this to go a certain way.
Yeah. So to this text, and I mean, we'll see what happens with Cassidy. I said last week, the Oilers' top three choices are 1, Bruce Cassidy, 2, Bruce Cassidy, 3, Bruce Cassidy. Or else it wouldn't have gone down the way it did.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
So if Bruce Cassidy comes now to finally Hardeep to your text, hey, Kevin, and you can, because you guys, I'm sure your paths crossed, I'm pretty sure. What's your thought about Mark Letestu as a candidate? I get the impression that he actually is a very knowledgeable and would be a good coach. For me, Hardeep is right now, Letestu is an assistant coach in the NHL moving up.
Yeah, for me too. Maybe he's ready for a head job. I don't think this is it. Like that's a pressure cooker kind of situation to hop into there as a young guy, as a former player. I think I would rather be in a situation where maybe you got a little more wiggle room, maybe a little less pressure. And like you said, I think they're looking for the total opposite, the Oilers. If you're looking at a guy like Cassidy or possibly Berube.
Been there.
Yeah. But Cassidy, like he's won a cup, good team, but like he's been coaching for a long time. Other than that, he hasn't had a whole ton of success in the playoffs anywhere he's been. So I don't know why we're looking at Cassidy like he's this
like a savior
unicorn.
Well, again, so he won the one cup in Vegas, went to the finals in Boston, but he's coached a long time. Maybe the Olympics have something to do with this, where Connor was there.
Yeah,
he was here for 3 years. Mark Letestu, by the way, was here 3 years. As soon as Connor McDavid was drafted, played 15, 16 for 3 years. So there's a connection with Mark Letestu there. For me, again, I connect the dots. Misha Donskov, who's coaching, and this is all on the premise that Bruce Cassidy gets hired here.
Yeah.
Misha Donskov was coaching with Cassidy in Vegas when they won the cup. Then he went to Dallas. He's coaching the national team at the Worlds right now. Kevin Dean was with Bruce Cassidy in Boston, just got released yesterday in Vancouver as an assistant coach. So me
at your staff.
My that would be my dream staff. Donskov, Kevin Dean, probably on the back end, I would imagine. And then Letestu comes in as probably a special team guy. And
Kevin, just really quickly, you've brought up Donskov several different times. He is slated to be the coach for Team Canada through the full year, as in, like, he is the head coach of the World Junior team.
Oh, really?
Yes. When he was brought on, this was a move that it's not just for the World Championships. Okay. So I don't know if he has an out clause to take an NHL job.
I think without question he would.
But to be an assistant as opposed to coaching the World Junior team and then maybe look forward from there in the next cycle of coaching. I just wanted to make sure that was out there because we've talked about it a few times. Like he is currently employed by Hockey Canada to coach the World Juniors this coming winter.
I would think he'd be inclined to leave for an NHL opportunity, though.
I don't know. Like, I mean, again, maybe Duke's correct in this, that he's, and maybe he wants to honor and maybe he wants to coach. He's going to be here then, correct? He could just, at the halfway point right after the World Juniors, Duke. move his office over, right? The World Juniors being here.
I heard a lot about that guy over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Must be a pretty good AC.
833-401-1440. From Tyler. Hey, Schlemmer. I got a good friend that was in the Calgary system. He ended up getting about 10 or so games. He said Hartley had a no booze on the plane rule.
Really?
Was that?
Oh, we must have broke that a few times.
Yeah. Not very often. I didn't see it. I'll be honest. I don't think I saw it. And I only did about 80 games of the Oilers. I don't think I saw the coach go to the back of the plane.
Yeah, not very often. I don't really remember ever
seeing
that
all
much.
The time too.
Yeah, true. It's not a bad guy to even have coming back either.
Yeah, but I don't recall that. Maybe the player went up to the front.
Right, yeah. If they wanted to, like, talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember Lindy Ruff had a rule no booze on flights home from road trips because he didn't want guys driving.
Yeah.
But that's the only one. I don't remember Hartley having that rule.
Why not, eh? Well, and I mean, and here's the other thing too. It's not like it used to be. The guys, they have a couple pops and that's it. And then they fall asleep. And
different era.
It's not like the a 4-hour card game that's going bananas, right?
Yeah.
Coming up in the next 40 minutes or so, we'll go in or out with Schlemmer. We got our open segment still in the 9 o'clock hour. Plus, in the 10 o'clock hour, Jesse Granger from The Athletic covers the Vegas Golden Knights, so tons to dissect, break down there. And then Thomas Drance from The Athletic covers the Vancouver Canucks too. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, and David Schlemko on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Looking for auto repair with something extra? Cougar Paint and Collision is ready to help.
We don't always work on your everyday cars. Lots of times there's stuff that's out of the ordinary. It feels good when people phone and they ask for advice on what's the best way to do something, or even if they stop in just even to see if their car's worth fixing or not. Giving them advice and help along the way on how to fix their cars, kind of good.
Cougar Paint and Collision, our family helping your family.
It's time to hit the greens. Elevate your golf game with Country Club Tour Golf Academy. No matter your experience, our PGA of Canada teaching pros are here to help. Enjoy lessons year-round between our 7 CCT golf courses and 2 state-of-the-art indoor facilities. Choose the location convenient for you. We offer private lessons, group lessons, expert club fittings, and junior camps. Visit our website to learn more and get ready to take your game to the next level. Booking is easy. Go to countryclubtour.com/golf academy and schedule your lesson today.
It's the final weekend of the Brick's famous tent sale. Take up to 70% off clearance items in the tent and in-store. Overstock, scratch, and dent, and unadvertised in-store specials in every department. Plus, buy more, save more. Up to $1,000 off select major appliances. And score a bonus Bluetooth party speaker with a qualifying purchase. You could get a sofa, coffee table, mattress, bed frame, and a dining set, all for less than $1,500. Only at the Brick's tent sale. See in-store for details and exclusions. The Brick. saving you more.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Shoulder pain. It can make even the simplest things like reaching up, lifting a bag, brushing your teeth, or sleeping frustrating. Rotator cuff strains, impingement, arthritis, they're some of the most common issues we treat every day. I'm Grant Fedoruk, and at Leading Edge Physio, our team brings postgraduate training, evidence-based technology, and just the right amount of humor and humility to help you feel better. Because we never forget the most important part, the gratitude we feel for every patient who allows us the opportunity to care for them. Because life shouldn't hurt. When it does, leadingedgephysio.com.
When thirst strikes and your energy begins to fade, one hero rises above the rest. Introducing the Superpower Smoothie from Booster Juice. A bright sun-charged burst of mangoes, bananas, and blue spirulina. An out-of-this-world smoothie, just in time for the new Supergirl movie. Discover your power and channel your inner superhero. Fly into your local Booster Juice and experience it for yourself today. And see Supergirl. Only in theaters June 26th.
A huge thank you for making Sports 1440 the most listened to sports radio station in Edmonton. From Gregor to Karius to Low Tide, we've got in-depth analysis on all your favorite sports. We are Sports 1440.
Are you overwhelmed by debt and getting nonstop calls from creditors? It can feel like there's no escape. Debt doesn't have to be a life sentence. A single call can turn things around. My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO right here in Edmonton. I can help you become debt-free with a solution just for you. Let's put an end to those calls from creditors together. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Your next great family adventure is just a raffle ticket away. Enter the Alberta Foster and Kinship Association's Great Family Adventure Raffle for your chance to win incredible prizes, including the first prize, a Sea-Doo pontoon cruise boat worth over $70,000. Every ticket sold helps provide vital resources to the everyday heroes raising children through some of life's hardest circumstances. Buy your tickets before the live draw on June 5th. Get yours at rafflebox.ca/raffle/the Great Family Adventure Raffle. License number 766115. Open to Alberta residents 18+ only.
Everybody loves a beautiful day in Edmonton. Hey, it's Jamie, and Green Drop Lawn Care is giving you one more reason to love the nice weather. Next nice day service. People always ask, how soon can Green Drop get here? Well, when you sign up with Next Nice Day service, we'll be there by tomorrow. Assuming Mother Nature cooperates, we'll be fertilizing and treating your weeds by the very next day. We'll even include drought fighter at no additional cost. Just another reason we have been Canada's lawn expert since 1979. Easy online signups only at greendrop.com.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
Hi, welcome back to the big program, 921 in Edmonton. Text 833-401-1440. Travis says, hey guys, just wanted to pass along a positive message. Awesome segment here with Schlemmer, enjoying the chat. David says, hey, there's an ocean called Goodwill, and the Golden Knights are accumulating about 0 in that column. They haven't for a long time. Sean says, Kev, I know the Oilers are not allowed to talk to Cassidy, but do you think there are private conversations behind the scenes between Butch and the Oilers? We know what happens with players before July 1, and that's something we addressed here in the last 10 minutes or so, Sean. Yeah, there, you know, and Schlemmer said it. It's always been like that, and it always will be like that. And I think it's just got to be, you got to be careful with it.
Definitely. You got to be careful. But I mean, that's why they opened that window right before free agency, right? Because they knew everyone was doing it anyways. You can't police it all.
And that's how business is just done. And, you know, they've tried to like think about it in the, like, say, the CFL, and they have what NFL called a negotiating window, and then it's all done and everything before. But we do see this. And And if I use that term, the back channels, it happens everywhere. Like it happens in government. It happens, all over in business, because that's how the ball gets rolling a lot of the times.
Do these coaches have agents?
Oh, I would imagine a lot of them do. Yeah. Some don't. I know that.
Yeah.
I think most of them do. This, like that memo you're talking about. So it's an association. And like, even I said, Spec, how much weight does that memo that was put out? And Spec said, not much.
Probably not much, eh?
But
it's just, they're doing what they can, really. I'm sure that's like at the NHL's direction too.
if you're Vegas, like you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound here now, man. You're just letting this ride out until the playoffs are over.
Exactly. You got the perfect excuse right now. We're focused on the playoffs. Everyone already hates us anyways.
Yeah. Well,
pile it on.
Yeah, pile it on. Time now for Are You In or Out? Brought to you by Pro Solutions. If you need fast AC service, Pro Solutions offers expert repairs, tune-ups, and installs with flexible financing. Book your appointment now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined it.
All right, Duke. Letterbuck.
The NHL's Western Conference Final getting underway tonight from Mile High between the Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. Simple prediction to kick off the Final Four of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Colorado, I'm taking them in 6 games to advance back to the Stanley Cup Final.
Climber, what are you thinking? Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm going to be out. I'm thinking Colorado in 5 for me. I just think they've looked unstoppable so far in the playoffs. I think Vegas is the only team in the conference final that hasn't looked like the better team for the bulk of their series.
Mm-hmm.
They're a good veteran team. They find ways to win, but I don't think that's going to be enough against this team.
If you were to say at the end of last round, who's the better team, Vegas or Minnesota? Most people would have said Minnesota.
Yeah.
I think you would have said that.
Probably.
And Colorado just got rid of Minnesota in 5.
They did.
I know the last game.
It was good hockey. It was a good series, but still 5 games.
Minnesota kind of pissed it away here, though.
Yeah.
With that last game being up the way they were, that series could have went a lot longer than what it did.
Yep.
But I'm probably going to be out as well. I don't know. Just listening this morning to Chris Meanie too, talking about how he thinks Vegas. He's not totally mailing this one into Colorado.
No, a lot of people like Vegas. I mean, and it's hard to bet against them in 5 like that. I think, if they can have a good start tonight, they would get a win tonight. I think they can take it to 6, but I just don't see them getting through the Avs.
Yeah, wouldn't it be the ultimate stick it up your where after everyone talked about the Pacific Division being the weak sister,
right?
And the Pacific Division winner eliminates the President's Trophy winner, and even McCrimmon yesterday. About the only sensible thing Kelly McCrimmon said yesterday was, well, I think everyone felt that it's going to be Colorado or whoever beat Colorado to come out of there, which is, that's making, it's saying that Colorado was going to obviously win their first round matchup. It's just common sense to think it's either one of those 2 teams, but
yeah, he wants to play the underdog.
Well, sure he does.
I just look at what Vegas has done so far, and you're right, Schlemmer, in the bulk of both their series against Utah and Anaheim, they kind of seem content just to sit back and let the game come to them, and very efficient on capitalizing on the chances they were afforded. But it just seems like I'm repeating myself each time we talk about them, but it doesn't change how valid to my eyes it is that their veteran experience and their pedigree of Stanley Cup champions for most of this roster has really shone through, where they say, yeah, we're not the faster team against Utah, against Anaheim, and it's going to be the case against Colorado, but they can do such a good job of slowing the game down to their pace. This is going to be their toughest test to do it, and that's why I don't think they will win the series, but I would be inclined to think it's more likely to go 7 than it would be to go 5 if I'm like kind of hinging around this bookmark of 6 that I've set forth. The Avalanche are the better team, but I think the injury to Cale Makar will be a factor. The rest of their D-men have stepped up pretty impressively. The way Taves has played, we've seen Brett Kulak play overtime hero and had a great playoffs so far in this spring, back to a 3rd straight conference final for Cooley. So I think the Avalanche can do it. Their goaltending hasn't been world beaters. Carter Hart looked much better in round 2 than he did in round number 1. I just think this Vegas team, they're not going to go away with a whimper, like some necessarily expect, because of how efficient and how unstoppable Colorado has looked through their first 2-round series.
A lot of it's on Carter Hart.
I was going to say that too. Like, he could be the wild card in this series.
Absolutely. The other side of that series, the Vegas Golden Knights, they continue to make waves off the ice. The ongoing coaching saga around Bruce Cassidy and his availability to other teams in their vacant positions. But yesterday, the NHL upholding their punishment of a 2nd-round pick and the $100,000 fine to John Tortorella for their violation of the league's media policy following their Game 6 win over Anaheim. Just frankly, I was surprised that the league stuck to their guns here and did not reduce the penalty to a mid or later round draft pick having to give up for the team.
I think I'm probably going to be out on this one, Duke. I just think that there was a time here for finally the NHL to draw a line in the sand. I mean, if you pull back on it, what's it telling everyone again?
Yeah,
it's just sending the wrong message. Having said that, I wouldn't be surprised if next year, or maybe even I shouldn't say next year, before the draft, when everything is said and done, maybe they reduce it. You know, maybe there's still an opportunity there, but not right now. And maybe it was like, okay, let's see how you guys play nice here for the next.
But and this came up with, I think it was Frank yesterday, right? Kind of brought this up too. How does the NHL, like, what, the team double appeals it? How does this happen apart from the league just coming out on their own and saying, you know what, Vegas, they've shaped up here. We're gonna give them a pass. And I'm not saying they're totally, but yeah, maybe it's a 4th round pick instead of a 2nd, because a 2nd round pick for a team that trades away most of their draft picks, this is a big penalty.
Yeah, that hurts. That does hurt, but I don't think it's going away.
At this point, neither do I. I think they're sticking to it.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. I think it's a little different than when, let's say, like a team appeals a suspension or something, and maybe you can take the video to them and show them some evidence or some different circumstances to change their mind. But I mean, I'm not really surprised to see them not reverse a decision that they just made 3 days ago.
The main reason I was surprised, and I think it's right, I'm with you guys on the fact that they should stick by it to set a precedent, is the fact that there is no precedent, because the league does more often than not kind of welch on this stuff in the form of, all right, yeah, we did this to lay the hammer down, but you've appealed it, you've shown up to this meeting, you came all the way to New York as a sign of good faith, we're going to take it down to a 4th round pick instead. Like, and you used the example earlier, Kevin, about the Ottawa situation. Now, this is several years later, but they gave them back a 1st round pick. They didn't even move the punishment down to something. They just straight up said, all right, you get your 1st round pick, but it has to come at the end of the round instead of where your spot would normally be. In the Sens case, this would be right in the middle of the pack, being a 1st round eliminated team. So they've and I don't know what the Sens did apart from new ownership, I guess, and some of these other factors extraneous to it. That they didn't do anything to necessarily get themselves back in the league's good graces. The league just said, all right, here you go. This was maybe a little harsh in real time.
There's got to be some kind of like backdoor deal made there.
And that's even further to it. I kind of thought, and we talked about this yesterday too, Kevin, is there going to be some separate conversation while you're sitting down with this brain trust in the league about this coaching situation and not permitting Bruce Cassidy? Does the league say, hey, listen, this is private, not public, but if you just quit being dummies and we'll bump this down, and maybe that conversation never happened. Maybe the Vegas said, no, we're not backing down from this, and the league just doubled down and said, fine, then you're not going to have a pick for the first 3 rounds this year because you traded away your other 2 in the 1st and 3rd. We don't know. It's all behind closed doors, a lot of speculation, but I just think overall I was a little surprised and impressed by the league sticking to their guns. on the punishment. Out west, Vancouver Canucks have now joined the pool of teams that are searching for a new head coach after yesterday's firing of Adam Foote after just one season with the team, with new general manager Ryan Johnson having coming via promotion from Abbotsford. The new head coach will too be in the same vein, and it will be Manny Malhotra taking over behind the bench of the Vancouver Canucks.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't.
Yeah, me too.
Watching the media availability with Ryan Johnson last night, I think how did he put it? Like, he would be ignorant to not, go with the fact that Manny has done such a great job in Abbotsford, and he's seen him firsthand how well he develops young players. So he's got to be the front runner. I'm not sure who else is in the mix, but he'd be my front runner.
Yeah, I'm in on this one too. It's sometimes it's staring you right in the face, and sometimes you don't see it. But I'm pretty sure Ryan Johnson's seen it because he's been there for.
Sounds like he's
a dozen years or whatever it is in the organization, and Malhotra's been there 2 years now. Wins the championship last year, so
just seems like the new wave kind of coach. Like, seems like a good guy, like really approachable with his players. So I'd be surprised if it wasn't him.
And he played there. He was an assistant coach there.
Right.
I mean, it's just all right there for you.
Destiny.
And this comes in, we talk so much in Edmonton about how, and I've harped on this, you brought it up too, Schlemmer, last segment, like the Oilers are not in a position to bring in a fresh-faced coach. The combination of the pressure, the urgency of winning now, there's no opportunity for a first-time NHL bench boss to find his footing here. You need somebody to come in and be ready to go. That's not the case in Vancouver, right? This is a team kind of starting from scratch, tore down to the studs. Why not have a coach in there that can maybe grow with the new group of players you're going to build your core around, especially in the case that he probably coached a lot of them in Abbotsford, and they won a Calder Cup last year, so they've had success under him as well. A lot to believe in from a player standpoint.
How much talk, Schlemmer, do you think has been, okay, if we hire Manny Malhotra and Caleb Malhotra's there at 3, and and this is saying, okay, that the Leafs are going to take McKenna and whatever else, but Malhotra's there at 3. And do they say he's our slam dunk 3, or do we look elsewhere? Do we take a defenseman? How much do you think that factors in here?
That's really interesting, actually. I think you talked to Manny and the kid.
And Caleb is going to, is it BU or BC next year too?
I can't.
I think he's going to BU.
He's playing college, right?
Yeah.
Is that a situation that either of them want? Maybe it isn't.
Remember, and this is it's a long time ago, and Kevin Lowe's son, Keegan said, "I'd rather you not draft me."
Yeah.
And then he went to Carolina.
It's more pressure, right?
Sure.
We saw the flip side of it. The Coyotes drafted Shane Doan's son. Obviously, subsequently traded to Buffalo, having a lot of success with the Sabres this past season, but we've seen it shake. But was Doan still working for the Coyotes?
Yeah, I think he was. I don't think Josh was anywhere near 3rd overall, though, right?
No, definitely. I think it was second round pick, right?
I think this kid's going to have a ton of pressure on him already to, be NHL ready, being a top 3, top 5 pick wherever he goes. Maybe do you need that extra attention? All of that media, everyone asking you every day about, your dad being the coach. I don't know if I'd want that either.
I mean, the only one that comes out is like Dave Lowry and Adam Lowry.
But Dave was always an assistant, wasn't he?
I think he was a head interim in Winnipeg for just a short
okay.
time. But nothing like you're drafting this guy and you expect him as a 3rd overall pick
to be a franchise center.
Yeah, right. and you're hiring Manny to be your coach, not just for a couple of years here.
Right.
You're hoping that he's going to be around to see this through.
I mean, I think it depends a lot on the personality and the ilk of the player and the coach, really.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if that would be a fit for those two or not.
It definitely complicates the conversation.
Right.
I think because going into this, it seemed like a surefire that they were going to go with him at 3, barring, anything drastic else changing at the top of the draft. But the other top center is the Swede, Viggo Bjork. So if they still want to go down the middle, I think Malhotra's been the biggest climber in the draft through the junior hockey playoffs, but a lot of people are still very high on Bjork, and he's performed quite well at the Worlds
so far in the early going. Maybe with the new Sedin influence, they decided to go the Swedish route instead and still stick down the middle.
Do you know the most recent father who coached his son in the NHL, Duke?
Nope.
Former Edmonton Oilers draft pick. Tough one.
Coached his son in the NHL?
Yep.
I don't know.
Skylar Brindamore and Rod Brindamore.
Oh, wow.
One game. Scored a goal, though.
Hey, that's nice. Skylar Brindamore.
Yeah.
I heard of him.
Yeah, he was drafted. I think he's about a 5th or 6th or round draft pick of the Oilers years and years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A team that won't be joining the coaching market is the New Jersey Devils, who announced they will be retaining Sheldon Keefe despite a change in management out in Jersey, with Sonny Meta taking over for Fitzgerald as the team's general manager. Keefe back behind the bench. I'm just opinion-based one here. I think this is the correct, right move for the Devils organization.
Kind of happy that this happened.
Yeah.
Because normally, the GM comes in and says, I want my guy and whatever. Yeah. So I think there's some continuity there, but he's got a lot of work to do, this Sonny Meta guy. Like, there's a lot of damage that was done last year. So.
For me, like, this one is shocking to me.
Really?
Yeah. Shocking. I mean, the Devils are a team that a couple of years ago were right there, expected to compete and contend for a Stanley Cup. And I think the last 2 years have been kind of a big step back. Looking at Sheldon Keefe's body of work overall, I mean, you go back to Toronto, he didn't have a whole lot of success there. I thought they were pretty patient with him. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised that they're keeping him around.
I think he's got enough pedigree here,
But what has he done?
Well, he's just been around.
He got the Maple Leafs to win a playoff series.
He's been around enough. And who knows? Like, I don't know what his contract situation is, Duke.
It was a 4-year deal when he signed it, so he's
got
two left.
more?
Yeah.
I mean, Sonny Meta must have talked to him and really liked what he heard.
And what's the worst case scenario? You bring him back and
you fire him after one season.
Yeah, or even halfway through.
Yeah,
pick up Bruce Cassidy.
He does seem like a candidate that is maybe going to be one of the hotter seats to begin next season. And part of the reason I think this is a good move for the Devils, particularly, is just this coaching cycle. Like the other names that are out there, are the Devils interested in bringing in an off the board type name? Maybe, but some of the other big names that are out there seem to be getting circled by some other clubs that might have an inside track on you, like the Oilers, like the Leafs, even the LA Kings. I just, like, when you look at what else is out there for options right now, are you really upgrading for sure going to upgrade on what Sheldon Keefe brings? And if nothing else, it's always the conversation with a GM and a retained head coach. It kind of gives you another lifeline as a GM, another move you can make that maybe extends your time and gives you another chip to play, saying, well, I kept him on, but now I'm going to fire him. This is my first hire as a head coach, and I'm already a year onto the job.
I think that's like the best point you made.
Yeah. There's a lot of different elements, and that's why I was kind of surprised. I thought the Leafs might keep Berube for that very reason.
Yeah.
It's just giving them one more chip to play in a year's time or halfway through the season, saying, well, we thought we'd give him a chance, but now this is our first big move. We're finding a new head coach.
Right.
Lastly, today is National Streaming Day. The king of streaming, Kevin Karius, is how he consumes all of his media.
Yeah.
Apple TV, Paramount. Kevin's on all these apps and products. But all factors considered, I'm talking what's available on the service, the cost, the interface, like how user-friendly it actually is. I think the best service out there right now to watch your television programs and anything else that might tickle your fancy, I think it's Disney Plus.
Well,
Kev, you got to have big opinions on
Kevin
that.
Kevin only likes whatever he can watch, Yellowstone, Landman, and Dutton Ranch.
No,
your new favorite show.
Is that all Paramount? I haven't watched the Dutton yet. I haven't watched the Dutton yet.
I haven't either.
Because we got to wait for a few episodes, right? Not just going to watch one every week. That doesn't fly anymore.
That's Kevin is exactly my point. You don't believe in the old school way anymore of watching an episode a week.
Well, because I forget what happened.
Need the recap.
You need the recap. I don't know why, but it seems that a lot of people go to Netflix, correct? Like, is that the most? Yeah. And then Paramount Plus, Duke, is like, there's a lot of good ones on there. For some reason, I don't know why on our TV setup, you got to go to the second remote control for Disney Plus. Yeah, like because all the other ones are on the one. I don't know why it's what the package is and how we bought it or whatever. But I mean, I'm not like Duke. You got how many? You got Disney Plus. You got Netflix.
I don't have as many because I don't have Apple TV. I don't have Paramount, but I have for just TV. Like I have my sports ones, which are separate, with TSN and Sportsnet and DAZN and stuff for NFL season. But Disney, Crave, Netflix, and Prime.
You have all those?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
I have
are
most of them.
Prime is kind of, it's just because I just have the one that still has ads in it, which kind of sucks, but it's just included with your general Amazon Prime thing for
that's what I have too.
deliveries and whatnot. And then my actually that you can buy them in, it's like a package. I get my TSN, my Crave, and my Disney Plus all.
How many hours of TV do you watch a day, Duke?
How many games do I watch a day, Kevin?
I don't know. Do you watch but you watch your shows too, because you watch the
usually something
Sopranos
whatever ends at like depending how late the late game is for hockey or this time now basketball, football. I'll usually catch like an episode of something before I go to bed, but I don't watch a ton of TV.
Just the games.
I watch mostly sports.
Yeah.
I watch a fair amount of TV, I'd say. So I'm going to be in on the question just because Disney Plus has all the Marvel movies, and that's what me and my family have been watching. We've been trying to watch all the Marvel movies in order, so that's been actually awesime.
All the Star Wars stuff too nowadays. So there you go, Kev. You can watch more than just the original.
Nice to be able to watch those for free. I've always had Netflix, but I'm not really a fan of how they need to make everything gay for some reason. I have the cheap Amazon Prime. That's good. I switched from Paramount. I find that Paramount has like 3 or 4 good shows, and once you're through those, everything else is kind of garbage. So I switched from Paramount to Apple TV on there right now. That's pretty decent, actually.
I think Apple TV might have the highest end shows, but they're still new enough that they don't have a huge catalog of stuff. That's just and like I said, I've never had it. I've watched some shows on there with other people.
Is Ted Lasso Apple?
That's Apple TV,
and that's the next.
And Severance.
Yeah, I watched that one. But what about is the next season of Ted Lasso out, or
isn't that show over?
I thought there's another.
Not sure. I haven't watched that one yet.
Another 4th season coming. There you go, Duke.
Okay, I've never seen an episode of Ted Lasso. So,
wow, Duke, you got to watch Ted Lasso. Come on now.
Okay.
Well, you got Apple or not?
No.
Well, then you can't watch it.
I do think I might be running out of time. I had a free trial when I bought my new iPhone. They gave me a free trial of Apple TV that I never cashed in. Maybe I still can.
Well, it's nice that you can just click of a button, you can cancel one subscription and just grab another one for a month. I feel like it used to be a lot
They'd
harder.
want you for longer.
Oh, you just paid for everything forever.
Yeah, right.
I watched that movie Apex with Charlize Theron.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You like that?
It's disturbing.
Disturbing.
Well, for a show that's supposed to be about mountain climbing and kayaking, it's a little disturbing.
Okay.
A grieving woman seeks solace in the wilderness only to become ensnared in a deadly game of cat and mouse with a serial killer.
Yeah.
Starring Charlize Theron, Taron Egerton, Eric Bana, and then a bunch of other people I don't know.
You know, there's only 2 people really in the movie. That's about. Well, there's.
So
3.
is Taron Egerton the serial killer?
I guess so. Yeah. But he's I don't want to give anything away, but it's a little disturbing. Good stuff, Duke. That's In or Out, brought to you by Pro Solutions. You need fast air conditioning service. They're the people to check out at prosolutionsinc.ca. Even Rob says that was a great movie. Attaboy, Rob. I'll tell you guys a little bit about it in the break when we come back. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick, David Schlemko on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Diamond Rides is one of Alberta's premier specialty charter companies. With our luxury motor coaches, we provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation services. Our seatbelt equipped, top-of-the-line motor coaches have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel needs across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991. Or visit silentrides.ca.
The sun's out, the pavement's warm, and that low rumble of a Harley rolling by? Oh yeah, that's calling your name.
This is riding season, and if you've been thinking about a new ride, Harley Davidson of Edmonton has the one that'll get your heart pumping. With a huge selection of new and pre-owned bikes, there's one waiting for you. Whether you're upgrading or just getting started, and while you're there, ask about test rides, because the only way to know is to ride it. For more details, visit Harley Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail, locally owned and operated since 1980, or at hdedmonton.com.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job, from home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs. We're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Join play-by-play announcer Ben Showman for the games live on Sports 1440. The Toronto Blue Jays are on Edmonton's home for all things sports. Sports 1440.
This summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call-solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit prosolutionsinc.ca to schedule your service today.
I've got some good news if you've been thinking about a heavy-duty truck. The 2026 Ram 2500 Black Express is now at St. Albert Dodge. You've got 20-inch black aluminum wheels, black Mopar side steps, body color, bumpers and grille, and a sport performance hood. Available in all the colors for $68,990. Plus, new this year, Ram's best-in-class 10-year powertrain warranty. Now's the time. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Albertans love to tailgate before the big game.
Gotta have burgers, hot dogs, obviously.
You're both missing out. Wilhauk beef jerky is the real MVP. When it comes to tailgate snacks, there's only one unanimous pick.
Wilhauk beef jerky.
No barbecue required. Wilhauk is ready to eat before we head to our seats. Bring it to your next football tailgate.
Wilhauk beef jerky. Because you don't win games with salad. Only available in Leduc.
Why should you drive a Subaru? How about durability, style, and an excellent customer experience from the moment you step into the showroom? And how about accolades, including awards for numerous 2026 Subaru models from both AutoTrader and JD Power? But don't just take my word for it. Take a test drive and you'll see why the Subaru name is recognized and renowned for quality. To learn more, visit Subaru.ca. Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru.
Hey.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:51. Quick segment before we get to the top of the hour, and Jesse Granger from The Athletic, Thomas Drance out of Vancouver in The Athletic to follow at 10:20. IMAX says, are any of you fellas try one of those cheat sticks that give you everything? No. Is it legal? Duke, I don't know.
Oh, what?
I know a cheat stick, it's probably like it's not legal. It is legal?
No, Josh had one until I bullied him. And he because that's how he was watching all of his sports, and I bullied him, and then he shored up and bought a Sportsnet Plus subscription.
I see, like one of those like Fire Stick things.
Yeah, it's like a Fire Stick that comes like preloaded with every service for free or something. I don't know. I definitely don't believe it to be legal.
No, that wouldn't.
I don't see how it could be.
No.
I never went the pirated movies or TV shows route ever since growing up watching the previews on VHSs and DVDs with those FBI warnings.
Yes.
They scared me enough. They scared me straight as a kid. I've never went down that path.
Oh, that's so funny. When I was in New Jersey in my rental, my landlord had one of those Fire Stick things in the TV, and it was unbelievable. He just had everything for free.
Dylan says IPTV, it's a legal gray area.
That means it's illegal.
Yeah. Raider Man Jay says, my dad's got one at the cabin. They don't have Sharp. They tell us where we're going to get Starlink, but I think for $200 you get 1,000 channels. Duke, you're the Starlink guy. What's going on there?
I'm expecting it to arrive at the farm any day here. And then I don't know if I'll be able to trust my dad to get it set up himself, or if I'll have to jet down there one of these next weekends to do so, or maybe one of my sisters can help him. They're a little more technologically savvy than he is.
Getting set up at the farm with some good internet,
some Starlink. Yeah,
that's gonna be life changing.
That's the hope. That's the expectation, because that's been.
Why don't you get it at the house?
That's been here. My internet's included in my rent, and we actually just got upgraded. I got that there was a poster in the elevator this morning that it's being upgraded from whatever the 500 megabyte speed to now like a 1,000 megabyte speed.
I don't know if I can give you a tomato plant, Duke, because might get nuked by all the waves going through your apartment.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, maybe you might be honest with something, Kevin. Maybe I'm like a San Francisco 49ers situation.
Yeah,
with that's why my ligaments keep exploding.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy story, actually.
What about Duke being injured again and going to see the nurses at the hospital?
No, the 49ers.
Yeah. No, it is, yeah. MTR right away says it's fake. Well, of course you'd say that, MTR. 833-401-1440. Looking forward to checking in with Jesse Granger, because so much to talk about here with this Vegas Golden Knights team on and off the ice. There is, Mark Stone, his situation, because that's a big piece of the puzzle. If he's apparently not ready to go tonight for game number 1.
He'll be a huge part of it if they win.
Could you ever, I'm sure you've seen it, the knob of his stick?
Yeah, it's horrendous.
Could you ever play with that?
No.
Like how would you stick handle? How would you do everything? Like,
I don't know, man. Like, you must have been using that since you were so young, and it would just be so hard to use anything else.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, even my knob was kind of like, it's a little much. It takes a while to do, and I slowly kind of moved away from like the knob my dad taped as a kid, but you still can't get all the way away from it. And I think there's a lot of guys that are like that, actually.
Like, it's, to explain it to our listeners, for Mark Stone's knob on his stick, it would be almost a little bit bigger than a tennis racket, and with the knob. So the thickness is there, and then the size of the knob at the end.
That's like the size of like the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
It's crazy looking.
I don't know how you shoot or do it. I don't know. But obviously it's worked for him.
Works for him.
Yeah. Jesse Granger with us at the top of the hour. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update. Brought to you by Sean Cunningham of Remax Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you are thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly at 780-265-0165. Here is the Duke.
Sports 1440 update.
Stanley Cup Playoffs Western Conference Final getting underway tonight from Mile High in Denver. Colorado Avalanche hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop coming just after 6 o'clock. Mark Stone and Cale Makar's both statuses in question ahead of puck drop. PWHL Walter Cup Finals resuming tonight with Montreal hosting a 2-1 series, leading a chance to clinch their first championship in franchise history. That one getting underway just after 7 o'clock from Ottawa. And from the IIHF World Championships in Switzerland, host nation Swiss up 7-0 on Austria currently, and the Italians leading Czechia 1-0. Still to come this morning, United States will play Germany, and Slovenia will take on Sweden. In the association, game number 2 of the West Final between Oklahoma City and the San Antonio Spurs goes from OKC tip-off at 6:30. Spurs counting a 1-0 series lead after their double overtime victory in game number 1. And in the majors, Blue Jays continue their set in New York against the Yankees. Trey Savage on the hill today for Toronto. Cam Schlittler will counter for the Yankees. First pitch just after 5 o'clock You can catch that game right here on Sports 1440, joined in progress at the conclusion of the Jason Gregor Show. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by the Athletics' Jesse Granger covering the Vegas Golden Knights, as well as Thomas Drance from the Athletic covering the Vancouver Canucks. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, the Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
A lot of you love hockey season. But when it comes to construction season, you're not as excited unless you work for GS Construction. It's true. As one season is winding down, ours is winding up with all sorts of great projects to make the city we live in better. And our team is hiring. GS Construction is scouting for pipe layers, topmen, and heavy equipment operators. So if you want to score a great job, visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Millions and millions of Canadians do not have a doctor. We have a crisis. Canada's Medical Clinic is opening clinics across Canada to allow everyone to have a doctor to call their own. Early detection saves lives. We've got some great news. You can call now and book an appointment with your new doctor. Canada'sMedicalClinic.com. And more good news. Canada's Medical Clinic Windermere is also now a walk-in clinic. We'll see you there.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Whether you're refinancing or buying your first home, mortgages are easier with help from a neighbor. At Vision Credit Union, you get face-to-face guidance from local lenders who know the market because, well, they live here too. They'll look at your whole financial picture with practical advice for payments, renewals, refinancing, and what makes sense long-term. Get a more neighborly mortgage. Contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 10:01 in Edmonton, and time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where you can land a 2026 Jeep Compass 4x4 for $36,900. Features the 8.4-inch touch screen, active lane management, Apple CarPlay, the remote keyless illuminated entry, plus the rear backup camera alarm, and much, much more. We've got 22 of them left in stock at stalbertdodge.com as we welcome back Jesse Granger from The Athletic in Vegas, covers the Golden Knights. Good morning, Jesse. You're with Kevin Karius and David Schlemko, the former NHLer. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 once again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
So what's your take on, I mean, we've been talking about Bruce Cassidy. Before we touch on the game tonight, Jesse, we have to bring up Bruce Cassidy's situation and everything that's been going on in the last week, 10 days, because we've been talking about it nonstop in this market. But what's your take on everything that's gone down, hasn't gone down, and what Kelly McCrimmon, I guess, said yesterday to the media?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly didn't say much to us about that yesterday. He basically just said, we're focused on the playoffs, and Bruce understands that, which I don't think either of which are really all that true. Kelly doesn't have a lot to do during the playoffs. He's a general manager. He can't really make trades. He also did just fly to New York for a meeting with the NHL, which probably took a lot more time than he would to do anything relating to Bruce Cassidy's contract. So clearly that's just the reason they're going with. It's obviously not the actual reason. I would guess the actual reason is they don't want Bruce Cassidy coaching the Edmonton Oilers as their biggest division rival. And the part about Bruce Cassidy understanding, I think if Bruce Cassidy understood, the Coaches Association probably wouldn't have put out the statement that they did yesterday. So Bruce Cassidy clearly wants to interview. Bruce Cassidy clearly wants to coach. I will be stunned if Cassidy's not behind a bench come October.
Right.
He does not. Some coaches want to take a year off and do the media thing, that's not Bruce Cassidy. He wants to be behind a bench. And I would guess the Oilers bench is probably the one he wants to be behind because he wants to win. And that of all the openings, that's the team closest to that. So it's going to just be up to, I don't know if they can wait the Golden Knights out or if they're ever going to give him permission. But from one perspective, I understand what the Golden Knights are doing. This team, if they've proven one thing over 9 years, it's the fact that if they have a rule that they can use to their advantage, they will do it. And this is a rule. They're not breaking the rules. This is a rule that they can use to their advantage to try to keep a extremely good coach off the bench of their biggest division rival. So they're trying to use that. On the other hand, I will say it feels a little unsavory, maybe is the right word. I mean, this is a guy who won your franchise a Stanley Cup. He was nothing but amazing his entire time here in Vegas. And the fact that they're kind of holding him hostage a little bit, not allowing, now holding him hostage is strong. They are paying him millions of dollars a year, but to not allow him to pursue other avenues of employment is a little, like I said, I think unsavory might be the best word there, even though I understand that they're not breaking any rules and they're doing kind of what they do.
Man, incredibly well said, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, I think if you look at the history of the Golden Knights, the short history, there's no loyalty there whatsoever. They care about winning, and that's what they're going for, right? I mean, I understand it. Even like as a former player, there's a team that knocked you out of the playoffs a couple of years straight. Like, why do we want to help them get better? So I see it. I see their side of it. I see the NHL side of it. I guess we'll wait and see. Let's talk about the series coming up here. Should be an exciting series. What kind of hockey do you expect to see?
Good hockey. Yeah. The Crimin actually mentioned it yesterday, and he's spot on. It seems like every time these teams get together, it's really entertaining hockey. It's obviously two high-level hockey teams. They have a lot of speed and skill. They have some high-end offensive players. They have some good defensive players. It's going to be, I think, good hockey. I think the Avalanche on paper are clearly the better team in just about every area. But I do think that Vegas, their biggest strength is their up the middle. They have great center depth on this team, from Jack Eichel to William Karlsson to Tomas Hertl. Mitch Marner has bounced back and forth between the center and the wing, but he's a great defensive forward. And I think that the way the Avs attack in transition, and the way specifically that they use the trailer in transition, they like to push your defense back with McKinnon and Natchez and their speed, and then have like the second wave kind of swoop in behind them in that area. And the only way to stop that is to have your centers above, on the right side of the puck, above their player the entire way. And the Golden Knights have the centers to do that. And I think that while maybe Vegas isn't as complete of a team as Minnesota, I thought Minnesota is a better team. I think the Golden Knights are better equipped to handle what Colorado does, just because Minnesota's biggest weakness was the centers, and Vegas is obviously really strong there.
Would you say, Jesse, that these two teams are as deep at centers that you can recall covering a series head-to-head with what Colorado can march out for guys and what the Vegas Golden Knights can do the same?
Yeah, I think so. And it's honestly, that's been a pretty common thing for the Vegas team, basically their entire existence. They have really focused on centers. And not only that, but they've got guys who are centers who are playing on the wing, like Brett Howden, for example, is a guy who he plays like a center. He is a defensively responsible, well-skating player who stays on the right side of the puck. They've got him on the wing right now, but it's still that same concept. And obviously, Colorado is loaded. I mean, Nazem Kadri as a third-line center feels illegal. I'm going through their lines, and I'm like, man, the matchups are going to be tough for Vegas in this series because Colorado has so many lines that they can throw at you that can score.
So just going back to the first 2 rounds here with the Knights, I found they were able to really kind of bend, not break in the first 2 rounds and kind of find ways to win games. You know, maybe they weren't the better team the whole game, but they're able to weather the storm, and you really see the veteran presence kind of come out, you know, second half of the game, really in the third period. They find ways to win games. Do you think it's maybe a little more important to play with the lead against a more veteran Colorado team?
For sure. This Vegas team is just so calm. I mean, you look at them on the bench, they trailed a lot this season. That was part of the reason that Bruce Cassidy ended up getting fired and they were struggling early, is because they were just chasing games every night. It seemed like every game they gave up an early goal and they were chasing, but there's never any panic, and they always have belief that they're going to win, and they do come back to win more often than not, and they've done it in these playoffs. However, they had a bunch of like games against Utah and Anaheim where it seemed like down the stretch they're down a goal. You can just feel it coming. Like they are going to tie this game. Everybody in the building knows they're going to tie this game, and then they do. But those were 2 very weak defensive teams. Like Utah and Anaheim had their strengths. They're not bad teams, but their strength is not holding the fort down with a lead late. Whereas Colorado is as good of a defensive team as there is in the NHL. Like we talk about their high-flying scoring and their speed and all that, but this team is elite defensively. So I think if you get behind this Avs team, you're going to have a really hard time coming back the way you did against Utah and Anaheim. So yes, I think early play in this series is going to be crucial for Vegas. They cannot fall behind early.
Jesse Granger from The Athletic with us here on Sports 1440. Just moments ago too, Jesse, Avs coach Jared Bednar announced that Cale Makar will not play in Game 1 tonight. So that's a big bonus for the Vegas Golden Knights going into Game 1 here tonight.
Yeah, that's obviously huge. Vegas, if they're going to beat this Avs team, it's going to be by forechecking them, and obviously Cale Makar is one of the best forecheck beaters in all of hockey. So yeah, it's going to make things a lot easier for them for sure.
Yeah. And also on the opposite side, Mark Stone with you guys, what's going on there? Like, is he going to be available here? You're obviously not playing tonight, but is he close? What are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's a tricky situation to guess. I mean, he hasn't skated with the team at all. So there's that. And that would normally suggest he's not close to returning. Everyone I've talked to, the players do not have the sense that he's coming back soon. However, every person I talk to always qualifies that with, yeah, but this is also the Stanley Cup playoffs and it's Mark Stone. So this guy loves hockey more than anyone I've ever met. And even if he is not all the way healthy, it would not surprise us if someday he just pops up on the ice. So I have a really hard time guessing whether Mark Stone will play in these playoffs and when he does, if that's the case. But right now, all signs that normally point to a player starting to kind of be on the return, he has not begun that process yet. So,
well, it'd be huge for them. I wanted to ask you about a couple late season pickups that, turned out to be pretty huge, and Dowd and Smith. Just maybe speak to how important they've been on the PK, face-offs with Dowd, defensive situations, 5-on-6 at the end of the game. These guys have been pretty good, no?
Yeah, Dowd's been great. Smith brings some speed to their forecheck. He's got great feet and can get in on that. He can be that first forward in and pressure the defense. That fourth line has been an advantage for Vegas over the first 2 rounds. They were really good against Utah. I thought that they were one of the biggest advantages in that series for Vegas. It wasn't quite as dominant against Anaheim, but they were still good. They were kind of breaking even there. This series is going to be a big challenge. We talked about Colorado's depth. Their fourth line has got more firepower on it, scoring firepower than Vegas's does, but the Golden Knights, it's more of a checking line. It's more of a defensive zone starts, try to eat up minutes so that we can get better matchups for our other lines up the lineup. So, yeah, they're very good. Dowd has scored a couple crucial goals. Another guy that they brought in before the season was Colton Sissons, and he's got a great history against the Avs over his career. He's got like 11 goals in 30 games, which is his highest against any opponent in the NHL. So, he's on the third line right now, but yeah, that's another depth piece that Vegas is going to count on to maybe pitch in a goal or here or there in this series.
Hey, Thomas, how would you say that Rasmus Andersson has played in the playoffs here? Because it seemed like when he got dealt to Vegas, it took him a while to get a little traction. Where is he at in your eyes?
Yeah, it definitely did. But he's come around, and he's kind of a streaky player for me. He has games where his defensive gaps are not usually great. Like, I will say that's probably the one weakness is he'll get caught a little too far up the ice. Sometimes he backs a little too far in and gives them too much space. But he more than makes up for that with how dynamic he is with the puck and how intuitive he is diving into the offensive zone at the right times, going around the net sometimes. And yeah, I mean, he is a difference maker for this team when he's feeling it, especially in the offensive zone. It's going to be interesting to see how aggressive John Tortorella allows him to be in this series, because part of the reason I think the team was struggling down the stretch with Bruce Cassidy was they were too conservative. They weren't allowing those defensemen to jump up into the play and be themselves. I mean, Shea Theodore, Noah Hannafin, Rasmus Anderson, they're all offensive-minded guys. And they weren't really utilizing those talents to the best of their ability. Mm-hmm. I thought Tortorella came in and told those guys, look, if you're going to make mistakes, do it out of aggression, play on the front foot. And all three of them have played a lot better since then. Now, that's easier to do against, they played kind of an easy schedule down the stretch with Tortorella. They played two lower-ranked playoff teams so far. Playing aggressive like that and diving into the offensive zone against the Colorado Avalanche can get you. They can hurt you in a hurry. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play that in the series and how aggressive Anderson is allowed to be.
Yeah. So what about Jack Eichel? Obviously, this guy's going to need to start filling the net if they're going to get by Colorado. Notice he's been shooting a little bit more in the last couple of games, but what else can he do to get going here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like it's been a subpar playoffs for Jack Eichel, and yet he's second in the NHL in points. So that just tells you how good Jack Eichel is. He is an amazing player. I don't think he has been at the peak of his powers in these playoffs in terms of just he hasn't looked quite as dynamic and dangerous with the puck coming over the blue line as he has in the past. And we haven't seen him score a lot, obviously, with only one goal. They're going to need that. It seems like these matchups bring the best out of him, though. Like, I can remember a couple years ago on the way to the Cup run, the matchup with McDavid, we saw the best version of Jack Eichel. At the Olympics this year, it was McKinnon versus Jack Eichel with USA versus Canada, and Eichel was spectacular in that game. And now here we are again, McKinnon versus Eichel. I expect him to rise to that challenge. He's such a competitive guy, very similar to McKinnon. And they're going to need it. They're going to need the best version of him. He's been good, but not great. They're going to need him to be great.
And do you see those two going head to head in game 1 and 2?
Obviously Jared Bednar controls the matchups up here in Denver.
Right, sorry.
It's going to be interesting. But it's going to be interesting. I think from Vegas' perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if they want Eichel against him, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they want their second line. As I was mentioning earlier, Marner, Carlson, Howden are three players who have played center. They are three excellent skaters, and they are all three great defensively. I think that that's probably the ideal matchup for Vegas to get on that top line against Colorado and skate with them and try to shut them down or at least neutralize them, maybe break even, and then let Eichel play against a different line and see what they can produce. Mm-hmm. I think Eichel can more than handle those minutes against McKinnon, but I'm a little more concerned about like Pavel Dorofeev on that wing. He is not the fastest skater. He's not the strongest defensively. He's obviously an amazing finisher with the puck, but I don't know if he's quite ready for that McKinnon matchup. We're going to find out, though.
One last one for you, Jesse, and you just mentioned him, Pavel Dorofeev. Put your GM hat on if you can, and what do you think happens with him contract-wise, term and dollars, when he becomes an RFA next year?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. It seems like that price goes up every night they play because Dorofeev is just filling it with pucks. And he's like the latest projection. We just wrote a story on The Athletic, and we used couple different websites with projections using comparables, and it's close to $10 million a year for the full long-term deal. I would be shocked if it's that high. I think he's probably good. The Golden Knights are going to get a little bit of a discount just because of the RFA status and the fact that there's no state income tax in Vegas. But I'm kind of curious if Dorofeev is interested in a short deal, like a 2-year deal. It would be less AAV. It would allow him to cash in even more if he continues on this trajectory when the cap goes up. Usually that's not how hockey players think. They usually just want the long-term deal with the guaranteed money. So I think that that's probably an underdog that that's going to be the case. But I think that there are options depending on what he's available for. But yeah, I mean, the only thing we know for sure is his salary is going way up. He has a massive discount right now, and he's probably going to make at least $7 million. So yeah, he's going to get quite the payday.
Yeah. Hey, Jesse, thanks so much. Enjoy game number one tonight. It should be a heck of a series as always. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Jesse Granger from The Athletic, and our game of the day brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where again, you can get a 2026 Jeep Compass for under $37,000. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. When we come back, Thomas Drance from The Athletic, but in Vancouver, Kevin Karius, David Schlemko, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
At Cougar Paint and Collision, caring family touches go the extra mile.
I remember specifically there was a pretty old lady near the end of her driving career, and she came in and she was just distraught. She sat down, and within 5 minutes, she had a cup of coffee. She had a donut. A lot of shops don't offer things like that. You know, we realize how traumatic a vehicle accident can be. The little family touches like an animal or a coffee or a donut, they really go the distance.
Cougar Paint and Collision, our family helping your family.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Your next great family adventure is just a raffle ticket away. Enter the Alberta Foster and Kinship Association's Great Family Adventure Raffle for your chance to win incredible prizes, including the first prize, a Sea-Doo pontoon cruise boat worth over $70,000. Every ticket sold helps provide vital resources to the everyday heroes raising children through some of life's hardest circumstances. Buy your tickets before the live draw on June 5th. Get yours at rafflebox.ca/raffle/the Great Family Adventure Raffle. License number 766115. Open to Alberta residents 18+ only.
Shake off winter and roll into spring. It's time to turn the season with Jiffy Lube. Until May 31st, visit any participating Jiffy Lube for a Pennzoil full synthetic oil change, and you could win some incredible prizes, like the Grand Prize Spring Kit featuring 2 Yeti mugs, wiper blades with install, gift cards, and more. You could even roll away with one of Jiffy Lube's Keeping You Moving mini prizes. Turn the season with Jiffy Lube and win. Visit jiffylubeservice.ca today.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 10:21 in Edmonton, and time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, hey, we focus on one thing, and it's your vehicle. And when we say we're on the road together, we mean it. From tires, wheels, oil changes to vehicle repairs, check them out at fountaintire.com to find out more. As we welcome back Thomas Drance from The Athletic, covers the Vancouver Canucks. Good morning, Thomas. You're with Kevin Karius and the former NHLer David Schlemko. As always, thanks for jumping on Sports 1440. Really appreciate it.
Boys, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Hey, this is an exciting time in Vancouver, is it not? I mean, whatever reason, and you're on the front lines here, Thomas, but from watching from afar, it just seems that everything's going the right way now, finally. Is that the feeling out there too?
I think so. I think fans are optimistic. I think there's a lot of trust that Ryan Johnson and obviously Henrik and Daniel Sedin have built up in the market. They're known as character guys, right? I mean, there's no questioning the moral caliber of these three gentlemen. And it was good to see them decisively, instinctively make the change that needed to happen, which was dismissing Adam Foote and his coaching staff after, what was the worst regular season performance in 50 years. Now, Adam Foote did get dealt a rough hand. There's no question about that. He was also a really good assistant coach on Rick Tocchet's staff for 2.5 years prior to his promotion last season, but it didn't go well. And it's not just that it didn't go well because they traded Quinn Hughes and they had a lot of injuries and their goaltending, was among the worst in the league by a save percentage standpoint. It didn't go well because players didn't look like they knew what they were doing night to night, right? Like it didn't go well because the developmental choices were off for a team, whose fate was basically sealed by the end of January. There wasn't enough information gathered on young players and what they could do in different roles. We still saw guys like Teddy Bluger playing first line minutes ahead of Marco Rossi. I mean, I'm not even talking about play the kids. I'm talking about, hey, can the 24-year-old we acquired in the Quinn Hughes trade handle the tough matchups and first line deployment? Like you needed to find that out in the lowest stakes environment possible, I think. And they kind of didn't. So moving on from the coaching staff had to happen. And certainly the incoming leadership group, I think has a lot of trust and a lot of goodwill in a Vancouver market that, is excited to see this team consider building across the long term, as opposed to having that sort of win now urgency or desperation that has kind of caused them to bleed value year over year and drive this franchise effectively into the ditch in which it's found itself.
Schlemmer?
So Ryan Johnson, did you get a feel for his vision of what type of a team or style of play he wants to see?
Not yet, but we do have a sense of some, what I'd call like Ryan Johnsonisms from his time in the American League. Okay. And I think some of them are going to be challenging because, for example, one of the classic Ryan Johnson lines has always been, you win to develop and you develop to win, which is his idea that you want to, in the American League anyway, have a team that's competitive every night, because by being competitive, you learn what it takes, right? And by learning what it takes, you become more competitive, right? That's not going to happen in Vancouver. Like it's just not in the short term. So that's going to be a challenge. One of the other things that always stood out to me in covering Johnson's Abbotsford teams down in the American League was the honesty with which he sort of tried to put a culture in place. Like it wasn't a culture, or it was a culture based on this idea explicitly stated to everyone in the organization. I'm talking coaches, I'm talking trainers, I'm talking the play-by-play guy / PR, and I'm talking obviously the skaters on the ice. And it was, we want to get you out of here. We want to get you out of here. Help us get you out of here, right? Do the things that we need to be successful, because that's going to get you to the place you want to be, which generally is a league, the NHL specifically, but generally out of the AHL. And that worked in terms of getting buy-in, in terms of that team winning a Calder Cup in 2025. I think you're already beginning to see with some of how they've talked about Elias Pettersson, for example, or what they want their players to experience when they walk in the door in September. It's this idea that you've got to make a decision. You've got to make a decision about what sort of player and teammate you want to be. And there's going to be a clarity of expectation there. And I think on the cultural side, on the clarity of leadership side, I think that's where we all know that Ryan Johnson and the Sedin twins are going to have like a really firm grasp of what they're sort of in need of doing. And I think the questions that remain in the market among some in the fan base anyway is, that's well and good, but is development and culture going to be enough to turn the Canucks around, given how little value they have, given how, they effectively need to rebuild an entire core over the course of the next 5 years? Can you develop your way out of this? And I think there's some skepticism about that, given, where this team's found itself.
Thomas Drance from The Athletic, our guest on Sports 1440. So his biggest move is going to be to hire a new head coach. Is it just staring right in front of him and have that continuity with a guy that he knows so well in Manny Malhotra, Thomas?
Yeah. I mean, the short answer is yes. The team, you'll note in the release, talking about the now vacant head coaching position, didn't even say that they're launching a search. They said they're launching a process, which I thought was a loaded term. Ryan Johnson effectively asked, will you cast a wide net? And he said, well, first I've got to sit down with Manny Malhotra, and then we'll determine how wide the net has to be cast, right? So all roads go through Manny Malhotra for the Canucks head coaching job. This is a guy who was obviously teammates with the Twins, has worked with them for years in the organization, has formed a very close partnership with Ryan Johnson. Of course, they were in the organization together as well when Manny Malhotra first became an assistant coach on Travis Green's staff a million years ago. So, there's a lot of trust between those four gentlemen, the Twins, Johnson, and Malhotra. This is a team that's going to be developing, that's going to want a young coach, that's going to want, a coach who basically matches Malhotra's exact description is what fits here, right? Like, this isn't a team that should be going out and getting rejected by the Vegas Golden Knights and asking permission to talk to Butch Cassidy, right? Like, there's no point in hiring Bruce Cassidy if you're the Vancouver Canucks, right? There's no point in going after Craig Berube if you're the Vancouver Canucks. Like, you want a young coach, you want a teacher, you want someone who can grow with a young core that's not even in place yet. And so, Malhotra, I think, checks all those boxes. Plus, he has the familiarity and the trust with incoming Canucks leadership. Plus, his track record in the American League warrants, I think, a shot as an NHL head coach, whether it's in Vancouver or elsewhere. So, I suspect that this is more a matter of negotiating with Malhotra and getting it done, as opposed to it is a search process of any sort of note.
So have you heard of, are there any other candidates you're aware of that are shortlisted, or is it they're just keeping everything pretty tight to the vest here?
Well, they're definitely keeping everything very tight to the vest, but I don't even think there will be a short list unless things go awry with Manny Malhotra. Like, I think this is Malhotra's gig. This team interviewed 15 to 20 general managers. They before settling on the internal option. I don't get the sense that this is going to be a similarly, let's turn over every rock and examine all the snakes underneath sort of search before landing on the internal candidate. I think this is going to be a relatively straightforward process in which they hire Manny Malhotra unless something, really hits a snag in terms of negotiations.
Do you think, Thomas, that maybe as far as his coaching staff, and we're just assuming that Manny Malhotra is going to be the next head coach of the Canucks, that the coaching staff under him, they want to have a little more maybe experience or stability at the NHL level, or would he take a lot of his guys from Abbotsford?
Yeah, interesting question. I mean, I think there is an understanding that perhaps Adam Foote wasn't sufficiently well supported in terms of the assistants. All three of Foote's assistants, Brett McLean, Scott Young, and Kevin Dean, which is a name for your listeners to keep in mind because he's a longtime Cassidy lieutenant, right? But yeah, so those three gentlemen were also dismissed yesterday. And I do think there's a sense that, Foote didn't have the staff or maybe didn't put the work in to have the staff that, was probably required to support him in his first go around. So, you'd like to see the Canucks bring in a little more weight, a little more experience if they're promoting Malhotra here. Some assistant coaches who've maybe got some NHL head coaching experience or maybe have some weight. I do think it matters. I think it's way more determinative in terms of outcomes that we see at the NHL level than we often talk about as fans or media. So, that'll be an interesting subplot here is who exactly Malhotra brings with him and how exactly he builds his staff.
Yeah.
Now, with Ryan Johnson, what kind of timeline do you think he has to turn this thing around, or until at least he starts seeing some positive results?
I mean, it's going to take longer than his contract. His contract reportedly 3 years per Czech TV's Rick Dhaliwal. I mean, this is longer than 3 years. Like, no question about it. This is 4 or 5 years, I think, at minimum, before you're competing to make the playoffs again. This roster is not just they don't just lack high-end talent. They lack prospects with a shot to be those guys, right? I mean, you sort of look up and down the lineup, Zeb Bouillam's 20. So that's interesting. It's good that he played his entire age 20 season at the NHL and was reasonably productive. I think we're pretty confident that he's a full-time NHL player, but by the end of the season, he's not playing power play 1. So you're talking about a 6-foot left-handed defenseman who's not playing power play 1. Well, it's pretty hard to find, star level players who match that description, right? I mean, your Josh Morrissey types, right? The puck moving franchise level defender. Like, part of the reason that they're franchise level guys is that they, are going to hit 45, 50 points every year and be a key part of making your power play move efficiently. So, there's still a question mark in terms of how much value he can have if, he remains blocked on power play 1. You've got Tom Belander, also 20, played the whole season at the NHL level. You like to see that, but, really struggled. I mean, the team was extraordinarily permissive with him on the ice, and you hope that he can take a big step if the environment improves with a new head coach. But, there wasn't a lot aside from production, right? Like, he was a productive player, but that's not really how we evaluate defenders, right? I mean, points matter, but if you're not going to be a top end offensive guy, and he's not, like, 20 points doesn't sort of outweigh the fact that the team generates nothing with you on the ice and gives up a ton with you on the ice, right? Like, that's so, and then you get to guys like Braden Coots, Jonathan Lekermacki. Coots is a really nice prospect. He had a good D+1 season in the WHL for Prince Albert, but there's a chance that he's a top 6 type center, but there's also a chance that he's Curtis Lazar, right? I mean, that's how hard it is to make the next step. Like, we'll learn a lot more over the course of the next year. They don't have any of those slam dunk, top end guys, the sorts of guys where a scout will say to you, like, and in, those hushed tones, that's like, have you seen that Kel McCarr kid? Like, have you seen that? Like, the Canucks don't have a guy who anyone's like, have you seen this guy? Like, you gotta pay attention to this guy. They don't have that yet. And that's what sort of the primary challenge is going to be. I think what's reasonable is 3 years from now, can they have a stable of guys that match that description, right? So that they can make the sorts of trades and do the sorts of things that you need to be able to do if you're going to get good.
Yeah. Like, I'm just looking at just the forward group here on the depth chart, like Carlson, Ogren, O'Connor, Mueller, Rady. I'm not sure what it is, but like how many?
Too.
Oh, sorry. How many?
No, that's a tough one.
How many of these guys are part of the future? Like, are these guys just guys, or?
Yes, and some of them are good, right? Like, but a lot of them, Schlemmer, like, to be totally honest with you, like, a lot of them, what's the role that Linus Karlsson? Most likely, it's that he plays really well in a big opportunity on a losing team for the next year and a half and gets dealt for a 2nd round pick plus. And that 2nd round pick becomes something, whether you trade for a player or draft a player who matters to this team in 5 years, right? Like, what's Drew O'Connor's role on the next great Canucks team? To provide leadership this season, be a good asset for them at the deadline, right? And to become a draft pick that either allows the team to select a guy or to trade for a guy who's a depth guy on the next great Canucks team. Like, most of these players are, with the exception of like the 20-year-olds, right? With the exception of your Bouillam, Verlander tier, Elias Pettersson, the defender, if things all go well, most of these guys, I would put it under 50% to ever play another meaningful game for this team, right? Wow. Like, that's just the reality of where the Canucks are at. And so, this is what I'm saying. Like, this team requires emergency measures, right? The sort of creative rebuilds that we've seen teams like Montreal execute expertly across the last 5 years. Like, that's what's called for in Vancouver. And in fact, there's no real other option. And given the extent of that sort of talent deficiency, right? Will culture and development be sufficient, right? And I think the answer is no. And I think a lot of people in the market think the answer is no. So while everyone's really confident that the Sedins and Ryan Johnson can run a more functional environment for Canucks players, and can do the common sense stuff that maybe too often this team has not done, the level of creativity and sort of value creation that the Canucks need to execute across the next 3 to 5 years is of a different scale entirely. And I think that's where the challenge lies. And I think that's where our questions remain unanswered.
Well, what about Elias Pettersson, EP40? Can he be part of the process, part of the solution moving forward? What's going to happen here?
Yeah, I don't know, right? Because, I mean, I've almost never seen a player fall off this dramatically, and not just on the ice. Like, I would say how he carries himself, right? This is a guy who used to come to the rink and have fun. The first Canucks training camp I covered, he lapped the field in Travis Green's 40s skate fitness training thing. Like, he was embarrassing vets. He's 19. He's embarrassing vets. And I was like, oh man, that's a little aggressive. And then he's pulling off Forsberg dekes and just absolutely dunking on tryout guys in the scrimmage. He came into that first training camp and it felt like he was sending everyone a message, this is my team now. And he was 19. He was incredible. That season he had 80, he was a point per game guy. And that swagger's just I haven't seen it at practices. I haven't seen it when I talk to him. I haven't seen it in games. And so I don't know how you get that back. I don't know if this is a guy who needs a fresh start. I don't know if that person is lost to us entirely. This is a huge range of outcomes type player where we know what the talent looks like, but we haven't seen it in a long, long time. And whether or not it's even in there 30 months since we've seen him be a dynamic elite guy, I can't even answer that. He's not as fast as he used to be, so it might never be coming back. He doesn't shoot as hard as he used to, so it may never be coming back. He hasn't sort of adapted to the nuances required to be a threat on the power play, right? He's still sort of sending one-timers high as opposed to figuring out different ways to succeed. The team is critical of his preparation every single year. I don't know. You hope that he can get back to being at least a first-line caliber center again, because he's really been a middle six guy the last 2 years for $11.6 million against the cap. It's one of those tough ones because maybe it never happens in Vancouver. Maybe the situation's just been so negative that, he's never going to find it here, but he could maybe find it somewhere else. And yet, if you're the Canucks, his value is probably never getting lower than it is at this point. Even if he never bounces back, the closer that contract gets to expiry, especially because it's front-loaded salary-wise, in a few years, he's going to be making 7.5 with an $11.6 million cap hit. Well, that's valuable to teams that are trying to reach the floor, for example, as the cap explodes, right? So he's never going to have less value than he has today. And yet maybe a fresh start's best for everybody. It's a really challenging one for incoming Canucks management to navigate. There's no question about that.
Man, it feels like it's 1,000 years ago, but it's only 2 years ago when the Oilers beat the Canucks in the playoffs, and that series could have went either way. And look where we are. Okay? Well, hey, it's seven games, Thomas. You get to game 7, anything can happen.
I know, but the Oilers remain. That Oilers team remains the team to win a playoff series with the lowest save percentage in NHL history, right? So it's if you couldn't beat a team that had .850 goaltending, and if at the pointy end of that series, right, Edmonton down 3-2, series moves back to Edmonton, and the Oilers proceed to outscore the Canucks 8-1 across the next 5 periods, while the Canucks generate 12 total shots on goal. I think if we're remembering that as the Canucks were close, we're remembering it wrong. They got flattened.
I'm just saying, you go 7 games and you win game 7 3-2 from an Oilers standpoint.
Yeah, I know, but it was a very soft 3-2.
It's always good stuff, Thomas. Appreciate it, man. Great insight, and hopefully there's some more news on the coaching front in Vancouver shortly. Thanks for coming on.
Well, it'll be interesting to cover. Cheers. Bye.
Thomas Drance from The Athletic, and our Puck Report brought to you by Fountain Tire. We focus on one thing, your vehicle. Check them out at fountaintire.com to book your appointment today.
Man, when he said that, like
2 years ago.
there's no one whispering anything.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Well, that was Elias Pettersson, man, when he came into the league. I was in the league. Everyone was saying, "Hey, have you seen this kid? Have you seen that highlight?" Like, he was
Slippery.
pretty incredible start to his career.
No, nothing. Just falling off a cliff.
Absolutely.
It does not feel like 2 years ago, like that the Oilers played the Canucks 10 years ago?
No, it's crazy.
Wow. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440. Looks like the Czechs are going to beat Italy at the World Hockey Championship, up 3-1 with 40 seconds left in the third period. It's Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick and David Schlemko on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Our new McCafe crafted sodas just drinks or something more? Like Sprite Berry Bliss, Creamy Strawberry Coke, and Orange Dream. All swirled with fizzy flavor and topped with silky cold foam. Only at McDonald's. At participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC.
No one's ever accused car shopping to be fun. I mean, think about it. Awkward standoffs to get a price. Let me go talk to my manager. Dealers asking for your credit card, then melting your phone if you say no. See, not fun. At Northgate, I promise you a different experience. We make it fun. And you will like us, I promise. 0% financing, a great selection of new and pre-owned units. So for some fun, stop in today. 13215 97th Street or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Craving a dining experience that rises above the rest? Head to Summit Restaurant in the Silent Ice Center, just minutes from South Edmonton Common. Savor exceptional house-made pizza, delectable entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails in a stylish, modern atmosphere. Perfect for a casual meal or a special night out. Summit offers a refined experience where every bite and sip reflects our dedication to quality. Elevate your dining experience. Make Summit Restaurant your destination tonight.
Mr. Rooter gets attacked by a Canada goose.
Oh, look at that. Another on-time arrival. Nothing stops Mr. Rooter from plumbing on schedule. You gotta be kidding me. Hello, Mr. Goose. I'm Mr. Rooter. Okay, this is what you train for. Through rain, sleet, or goose, the pipes get fixed.
For a plumber who does whatever it takes, Mr. Rooter.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. The goal of every one of the thousands of hair restoration procedures I've performed is a full, natural-looking head of hair. I work directly with my patients for the consultation, the procedure, and the follow-up, so we can achieve the best results possible. When people see what we accomplish, I don't want them to think,
"Wow, great hair transplant."
I want them to think,
"Wow, great hair."
Go to drvanceelliott.com and contact us today.
Hey there, I'm in the Fountain Tire sidecar, making a list of the things I'm doing this spring. 1. Saving you money, with up to 20% off select tires until June 13th. 2. Water skiing, tricky in a sidecar, but fun. And 3. Saving you more money, with mail-in rebates of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires and $50 off a $150 service with the purchase of 4 select tires. Oh, that's 4 things. Oh well, restrictions apply. Book online at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
Welcome back to the big program, 1046 home stretch of the Kevin Karius Show with David Schlemko, who is powered by Cougar Paint and Collision. Cougar Paint and Collision, where family, service, and pride have earned customer trust for decades. Check them out at cougarcollision.com. In the break, Duke's talking about going on the bench for his slow pitch team. because his knee is sore and he can't play. So he's just on the bench and he's going to keep score and drink beer.
Sounds like a great plan.
I don't know. It's going to be disappointing, Duke. Very disappointing.
What would you rather have me do, Kevin?
I would say, you know what? I'm just taking
just abandon my team.
Take 2 weeks off and quit.
Well, I have to go anyway. I have the bases and stuff in my truck.
On there.
Do you have all the equipment then? All of it?
Yeah, and I'm the only one that has bats.
So are they still SKS's bats?
Yeah.
Why don't you guys throw some money together and buy a few bats?
We that's what we were going to do. I had the one picked out at Sport Check here in the mall, and then SKS says, "Oh, why do that?" He's like, "I've got these ones. I don't use it anymore." Gave them to me for best price.
Can you not still find a way to play slow pitch? Can you just like pitch and have a
No,
pinch runner?
Schlemmer, when Kevin says my knee is sore, last week at our game.
You've told this story more than my Tiger Woods story at the Masters.
Fine then. My leg's sore.
No,
All right,
Duke blew his knee out. He's in trouble. He's gone. He had an X-ray. Now he can't get an MRI. He's going for the what is it, Duke?
Ultrasound.
Welcome to Canadian healthcare, baby.
And that's not till July. Some guy gives him a number and says, "Go see this guy." Duke forgot to call him yesterday. Speaking of serious injuries, Cale Makar not playing tonight.
Oof, that hurts.
So old Sammy Molinsky, the puck Gozinski's going to get an increased role.
Yeah, he sat out one of the last couple of games last series. That was a surprise for me.
You know whose minutes I want to see tonight? Brett Kulak's minutes.
They've been up every game.
26. I mean, it was overtime.
Yeah, but he's pretty close to 25 a night there in the playoffs, I think.
I'm assuming old Sammy Molinsky, you like that one, Josh, the puck Gozinski. He'll play with Taves tonight. Then you got Kulak and Manson. And then how do you pronounce it? Is it Jack? Because that's always I look at it and I think him. And it's Achan for Minnesota, for Miami, the running back, and it's spelled Ahcan. And I want to say Achan or
Sean.
Sean, I think it is too. Yeah.
I like him too.
Yeah. So he'll play with Burns probably.
Burns, he actually get a lot of minutes, a lot of like big defensive minutes for Colorado, more than I've seen him get with a lot of other teams.
Ashley Meyer, the great Ashley Meyer, just texted in. Good morning. I just wanted to say a quick hello and hope that Brandon's leg is healing well. Also, congratulations on your first hole-in-one at Leduc, Kevin. Well, thank you very much, Ashley. I appreciate that. And we're trying everything. We've got the Eddie Steele, that thing he brings in for his hip pointer. What's it called, Duke? The Theragun. I'm going to bring in tomorrow the what's that guy? Dr. Hose thing, and I'm going to hook Duke up to the electrodes.
I got a Theragun.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want to go anywhere near my.
I don't think I'd use that on a blown out knee, though. Probably wouldn't feel too good.
The recipe right now is a lot of ice and just one ice tray at a time out of my freezer.
Tipsy McStagger says, Duke, the average good slow pitch bat is $350. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's you can go a lot higher than that for sure if you're buying brand new.
Now, and you got to have one that's good for the stronger guys, and it's cold.
Yeah, so that's these ones that Sean was kind enough to spot me. They're all four different weights.
Perfect.
20, 26, 27, and 20. Or sorry, two of them are 28 ounces, but that one doesn't have a grip on it. So I was looking on Amazon just to buy. You can just get them re-gripped like you would golf clubs, essentially. But nobody seemed too interested in using it, so mostly just the 26 and 27 ounce ones have gotten used.
Which way do you bat?
I'm a lefty.
Lefty, eh?
I do everything left-handed.
Yeah, but you golf right.
Yeah, I know.
I can't figure that out.
I used to bat switch, like when I actually played ball, but
yeah,
I don't know now.
Could you try it now?
I don't think it'd be very pretty.
In slow pitch, I'm sure you could.
Yeah, it would be okay. More comfortable from the left.
Could you hit a golf ball, like, say, 200 and some yards left-handed?
Oh, yeah. It's just, it slices.
Okay.
It's more like wipey, like a slap shot.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rick says, just get the grip tape, Duke.
Yeah, I think that's what Sean had on there before, but this one has been sitting in the garage a while, so it's dried out and it's kind of just flailing off. It's all unwound. But yeah, that's an option as well.
So what are you going to do really on the bench? Like, really.
What do you mean? I'm going to
you're keeping score.
I'm going to sit there. I'm going to score keep. Maybe I don't know if I'll be up to it this week just because of how sore it still is.
Third base coach?
No, I'll when we're batting.
So if you had to, and Schlemmer's correct, and you needed to have an at bat, someone couldn't run for you. They don't have those rules.
Oh yeah, you could have a runner, but I'm telling you, like I can't.
You can't even like shift your weight.
No, I
so yeah, I got you.
But just say the game's on the line, Duke. We're talking Kirk
in
Gibson here.
In what world, in a Edmonton Rec League slow pitch game, is the game on the line and I'm going to come off the bench?
Mm-hmm.
Thought you were a competitor.
Yeah,
I think it's been well documented that at this stage of my life, I absolutely am not. I am, whether I'm playing beer league hockey or slow pitch or golfing, like I'm just there to enjoy myself, spend some time with my friends, usually have a few cold drinks.
Do you have to, are you bringing the beer too? Like, is that your job too?
We don't have a team cooler that got discussed. I think we might implement that maybe as soon as tonight. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll go buy a case but I don't know what everyone.
Can I donate an old cooler to the team?
Is that wheels?
It technically does.
What does that mean?
No, well, it does
technically.
But no, I got
Let me guess. You built it yourself. It's made out of plywood and it's spray and foam insulation.
No,
and it's the best cooler that's ever been made.
No, I've got a third cooler, Duke, that I would be willing to donate to the team. Doesn't have wheels though.
Well, and that I don't know how useful it would be if I'm the one touting it around at this point.
You know what I love though is like the baseball chatter out of the dugouts. Like I live right across the river from all the St. Albert minor league Diamonds or whatever, and like that's unreal. Just hearing like that chatter coming out of the bullpen. So I imagine like as each one of those beers goes down, that chatter is getting better and better coming from the dugout.
Just running my mouth in a slow pitch game,
but not in senior co-ed slow pitch.
Well,
chatter.
Well, there's chatter, but it's not. It's encouragement for your team. Yeah, and I'll do that 100%. I do that.
That's what I meant.
If I'm playing, yeah.
Speaking of
just dogging the other team's pitcher. Come on, throw a strike, you bum.
Well, the old hey, come on, kick your dog. He's lying to you.
That won't get us our sportsmanship point.
Yeah.
At the end of every game, you have to score the other team. It's just 0 or 1. And I don't know why. I checked last week. The other team did not give us a sportsmanship point. I guess they weren't impressed with the fact that I had to be essentially carried off the field.
You yell out this tonight. We got to talk about it tomorrow. Do it, see what happens, and see how much everyone laughs. And just say, come on, ump. If you had another eye, you'd be a Cyclops.
Well, the umps when we're batting, it would be my teammate.
Oh.
So
that's okay.
You ump your own team.
That's fine. See what they say
when you're batting.
Speaking of the injured reserve list, David Schlemko, how close are we getting to golfing? Part with the
you know what?
Broken rib here.
Not close enough.
Oh,
we're at 3 weeks and 3 days. I thought it would feel a lot better than it does. I got into some raking, some yard work on the weekend, and it was really sore after. So not great.
Well, go sit on the end of the bench with Duke.
There you go. Peanut gallery.
Well, the Schlemmer, I think at this point you might be closer to getting back on the links than I am. So if there's any consolation for you, that might be.
Thanks. That makes me feel better.
You know what, Duke and Tarek Deeb from the CCT texted me and he was all ready to give you the CCT membership card.
Hook Josh up with it then.
I'll take one.
You're out.
What do you mean?
You're out. I don't know if I can line it up anymore. I told him. I said everyone's hurt. The whole station's hurt. I said two guys are hurt, and the other guy just goes to Peace River to see his girlfriend. I mean, nobody does anything around here anymore. It's terrible. And I'm
not by choice, buddy.
Have a great weekend, Schlemmer.
Thanks.
And we'll see you. We'll see you back on Wednesday. David Schlemko for Cougar Paint and Collision. Coming up at the top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Rochep T-Bird,
Connor Halley and the Duke of Delburne at 12 o'clock till 2. It's the Lowdown with Alan Mitchell, 2 till 6. Jason Greger drives us home with the Jason Greger Show. It is going to be Major League Baseball with the Blue Jays and the New York Yankees joined in progress. What a pitching matchup. Schlittler versus Yasavich. Should be a dandy for sure. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 7 bells. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by All-Star Construction. They shape and build Edmonton communities, specializing in underground utilities like power, like gas, telecommunications, and street lighting. That's All Star Construction. Hey, thanks everyone for all the great texts. Thanks for listening this morning. Really appreciate it. We could not do the show without you. So glad you're with us every morning. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you back tomorrow morning at 7 bells with our co-host Ladislav Schmid. Until then, here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
Stanley Cup playoffs for Western Conference final getting underway tonight from Denver with the Avalanche hosting the Vegas Golden Knights. Cale Makar not going to play in game number 1, and ditto for Mark Stone on the Vegas side of the ledger. Puck drop just after 6 o'clock. PWHL Walter Cup finals game number 4 goes from Ottawa. The Charge taking on the Montreal Victoire. Montreal with a win can clinch first Walter Cup championship in franchise history. Off the ice, the league announcing their finalists for Defender of the Year. Vancouver's Sophie Jacques, along with Boston's Megan Keller and Haley Wynn, are the 3 finalists. IIHF World Championship action this morning. Switzerland blanked Austria at 9-0. Czechs came back and beat Italy 3-1. Still to come, the United States will take on Germany, while the Swedes will play Slovenia. In the association, game number 2 between the Spurs and Thunder in the West Final goes from Oklahoma City. Tip-off at 6:30. Spurs up 1-0 in the best of 7. And full slate of games across the majors today, including the Blue Jays. Continue their set in the Bronx against the Yankees. First pitch just after 5 o'clock. Play Trey Savage on the bump for Toronto. Cam Schlittler counters for New York. You can catch that game right here on Sports 1440, joined in progress at the conclusion of the Jason Reger Show. A couple other games just about to get underway at the top of the hour. Reds in Philadelphia, while the Rays host the Orioles. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brendan Douglas at your Sports